Hello there. Good good afternoon, good evening, or good day wherever you are. Um I sorry, distracted by things. Just before the stream started, there's always something technical, but that happens. But maybe it's because of I maybe overcomplicate things. Um the all sky camera that I have watching the telescopes out back. I think it locked up or something. It fell off the network, and so about 15 minutes before the stream started, I had to run downstairs and power cycle it, and it's up and running right now. I was just checking to make sure. Um, but I see I see people. I see Red Angel. Hi, Dave Durfee. Hi. Welcome to this. Welcome and Jovi. Hello there. Um, M27. Oops, that was me. M27 is bright. Only 18 minutes. Yeah, I mean M27. I don't know if I've done that much of an exposure on M27, but and hi Cosmic Ray. How and shout out to all the Seestar people. Um, and yeah, the all sky camera is I do like. All Sky is pretty cool. I was looking at it earlier because it was funny. I was going to have I had originally thought of doing a live stream on Friday, and then like a few days ago, and then it ended up um, the forecast was bad, so I posted a message saying I'm probably not going to have a live stream, and then around the time I would start, and I'd put the my telescopes outside just in case, and then I'm like, no, this isn't going to happen. Uh, but then once it got dark, it actually cleared up, and I was looking at that, and it actually ended up being fortuitous for a reason I'll get into a little later, but because I was able to kind of experiment with some things that aren't they would probably be not as interesting for people to watch during a live stream, but I'll show you what I was up to, but you can see it was like a lot of clouds kind of racing through. This was the all sky camera last night, and here it is at like around the time the stream would have started, and then it just cleared up like at about 10 p.m. And so, I mean, there was a bit of haze, but the good thing is, like I say, I was able to figure some things out. I'm a little tired today though, because as it turned out, I ended up staying up till like 3 in the morning. Partly because there were some targets after midnight that I really wanted to image, um, like the Andromeda Galaxy, and I've been trying to get a 3 by 3 mosaic, and trying to get enough time on each panel, and so I don't necessarily want to be up all night, and because of the sometimes it rains. Um, yeah. So what is the thermal image for? I don't know. Just I mean, it is interesting sometimes. Like you can see. Let me start over. Like you can. There's times where I'll get clouds. Usually there's so much light pollution I can tell there's a cloud, but it shows up in the thermal camera too. Um, you know that there's a cloud there, and there's been a few times where there'll be some wispy high cloud that I won't be able to see, or that I can't tell if it's a cloud or not, but I'll see it on the thermal camera, and and of course, yeah, picking up UFOs. You never know. Um, if I see some large object hover, in the field of view on the thermal camera but not visible, then I might have problems. But yeah, hot hot UFOs. Um, but but yeah, it was, and to be fair, it turned out that All Sky Camera has a module that supports the thermal camera, and I just happened to have that part, and so part of it was just kind of, I wouldn't have necessarily done it if I hadn't had the part. But yeah, yeah, the UFO. But yeah, and it is kind of. I mean, is it necessary? No, but it is kind of interesting because you can see the how hot the sea stars are relative to the sky. Um, but yeah, anyway, that was last night. But the good thing is, like I say, I was able to figure out some things that I don't think I would have had a chance to otherwise. Um, but yeah, the timing was just weird because it was like so cloudy, and then it just all cleared up between 9:30 and 10 when I would have gone live. And at that point, I'd already said I'm not doing a live stream. So I decided to do some other thing. I mean, go ahead with some observing and then some other things. So let me see where we are. So I had already gotten all the two telescopes. I unparked them or did the startup sequence and pointed them at kind of an initial targets star to try to get the horizontal calibration done. But I haven't done anything. Oops, not stellarium. It was this Rasselhag or something. I don't know how you pronounce it, but this bright star, just because it's usually in a position where I can do the horizontal calibration. Can I turn off the menu in All Sky? Well, there's two different ways of looking at viewing All Sky. Let me go back to the browser. Like this is kind of the default interface, but sometimes when I'm showing this on stream, I'm not doing it in this browser. I'm doing a different view from a different browser. But there is a is it this? No, there's a an add-on web interface that kind of like this is in kind of more like an administrative view where you can change settings and stuff. So they have, but I think this is an add-on module. You have to, but it's official. When you do that, it kind of pulls off all the menus and just kind of it has a more minimal interface. And I guess if I magnify it, so that's actually the one I view on this. Sometimes you'll see me go to this screen, although this kind of botched it, but you'll see this screen sometimes. And that's actually like a Raspberry Pi web browser that's pointing on that at that particular interface, kind of the one without all the menus. But like I have to dismiss that thing, and to do that, I need to hook in a keyboard and mouse. And so sometimes I just end up using the version in the browser on my main computer. But yeah, if you have the website version of it, it kind of just has, you can look at the the star trails and look at like the time lapses and stuff, and there isn't a whole much, and then plus the live shot. But usually I end up looking at this version of it. But yeah, let me what else? Yeah. So is there a good instruction to set a custom horizon? I think I literally found it. I think it may have been just a text in Cloudy Nights that I found. And I don't even remember the website that I used, that I specifically use. I mean, there's a couple different ways of doing it. One of them is you take a photo, a panoramic photo, do a 360 photo, and then edit the photo to remove the sky or make it transparent. And then you can use that as a custom horizon. Or what I did was this kind of coordinate file that you have to have a couple of text files, and then it's just basically kind of the which direction and what angle up, and then it kind of projects it onto the sky. So that's what I do. So it doesn't have an image, but it kind of somewhat accurately reflects the actual outline of my sky. But I don't know of any good. A lot of it I just found out either reading Cloudy Nights or somebody told me verbally what specific thing. Yeah, you should stream the sun in Discord so I could have Seestars showing at once. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Although, yeah, I've wanted to pull in a remote Seestar for other reasons. Um, I've thought about having one of my Seestars in a different location. So at some point I might do that. I might take you up on that too. It would be an interesting experiment. That would be pretty cool. Deep space. Yeah. Okay. So the this was from when was the last live stream I did? That was on yeah, it looks funny. The last live stream I did was Thursday evening, and I think that stream ended up going till like 1 or 2 in the morning, and or my time. So it kind of went in some. I think basically, was that the night? Anyway, I had just the discussion went towards hardware and astronomy hardware, and we were talking about cameras in the chat, and someone mentioned this specific one, which is it's the Tube Tech one, and basically it's the same sensor as the ZWO 2600 which is, or MC. Oh, this is the MC one? Is this the MC or the MM? Oh, it's the MC. Yeah, so it's the same sensor as the ZWO 2600 MC, which is the color camera. It's an APS-C sensor, but if you look up ZWO 20, I put the keyboard a little farther away, but like you look at the price, it's $1,500, which it's a cooled camera. And anyway, someone in the chat mentioned this Tube Tech that you can get on AliExpress. That's $1,100. It's basically the same sensor. But yeah, the name I thought was funny. Color deep space freezer camera. Yeah, they mean it's cooled. Yeah. It's funny because when I saw when somebody mentioned this to me, I was thinking like we have a standalone freezer, like that you have where you can put overflow stuff, or people have it if they have they buy stuff in bulk and they put it in the freezer. And freezer camera, I had this mental image of like some kind of little webcam that's in your freezer. But no, it's just their name, their brand name for this cooled camera or something. But I'd almost buy it just for the name, it's my deep space freezer camera. But the price is good. I mean, the price is good compared to like the ZWO one. And like I say, it's the same Sony or whatever sensor and similar specs. But yeah, funny you mentioned, you see that it's like freezer camera. And like this is kind of a workspace I have that I use on the stream. So I end up, I sometimes I delete the tabs, sometimes I keep them because I want to look at it again. And that specific one, I was kind of intrigued by it, but freezer camera. Maybe not the mental image you had in mind of a freezer camera. I'm going to have a sip of water. Like I say, I'm kind of tired from last night. But yeah, freezer camera. Yeah, because like there's several different companies that'll make similar cameras. So you have ASI, ZWO, of course, and then you have, what's it, QHY, you have Player One, and then Tube Tech is one of them that you'll hear. And yeah, that specific one was kind of intriguing because it is a cooled APS-C sensor. So it's like 24 megapixel or something like that. Anyway, not in the budget for this month, but kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, so let's get back to what am I going to image tonight? So last night, while I was testing stuff, so I'm going to get going with the imaging, but then I'll hopefully get into some of the other things. NGC 70, I did NGC 7023, the Iris Nebula, Pac-Man Nebula, Barnard's Galaxy. I started a mosaic on the Deer Lick Group and Stevens Quintet, which I'll show that later. Pluto, on Andromeda Mosaic, Fishhead Nebula, and the Trapezium Galaxy. Oh, hey, Cheap Astro, hello there. How are you doing? Or greetings. I'm just getting going here, as it were. Let's see. Yeah, so the iris. Do I want to start the iris on this one? Maybe. Let me see what I moved all of my panorama, I mean not panorama, my exported schedules into a different directory, so it wasn't I'm not 100% sure what this whoops thing is. Should I look at it? I'm kind of curious. What is this? Whoops. Oh, import. Oh, this was a 2 galaxy mosaic that didn't work out because like only one of them was in the, or it wasn't a mosaic. It was a 2 galaxy image, and they ended up, yeah. So I don't know why I saved it when it's named oops. Okay, that's that one. Andromeda. Okay, there's nothing here that we need to worry about. So the Iris Nebula I was going to start with, and I want to start with it on this specific telescope, and I just want to double check that I can see it. 7023. That would be great if you did a tutorial on that, Cheap Astro. I think a lot of people, because people are always curious about how to do it, and it would be great to have a good answer for it. So if people ask me, I'm like, go look at Cheap Astro's video. So Iris Nebula is definitely good. So I will fire that off. And there is method to my madness tonight, I think. But check Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me look. Cheap. Oh. Oh wow. Oh wow. Hold on. Ah. Can I do it? Can I do this and without, can I hide my, oops. Oh, can I pop this out? Pop out. Bingo. There we go. There. Thanks for doing that. I'll just bring that up. I don't have audio on, but there. Thanks to oops. Thanks to sorry, I'm like bouncing around windows. Yeah, thanks to Seiko Busujima, ESO. We get a live view of the sun from not from North America. Needless to say. But yeah, live view. Thank you for that. I think a little extra flair there. See, I need to. I'm juggling windows here and trying to get everything I need on the sky at the same time. Yeah, okay, yeah. That is, it's kind of interesting. No, I mean that's very cool. Thanks, I appreciate it. So, um, Methuselah Nebula. So let me look at that. So since I haven't started the Iris Nebula, let me start that. I need to figure out a way to resize this without. I think I'll just have to do that and make it a little smaller. It is. The sun's pretty. That's a pretty big sunspot group there. That's pretty cool. That is really cool. So let's look up Methuselah. Let's see. MWP. MWP. Methuselah Nebula. Yeah, I can see it. I can see Methuselah Nebula. Oh, nice. Aren't you fancy? You just zoomed in. Wow, look at that. We have got that is a cool idea. I should do that more often. Have kind of drop in remote telescopes on my live stream. That's cool. Yeah, we could get full coverage then. We could have night sky, we could have the sun. Can you pop out the inner screen? Oh, this arrow? No? Because this is actually a popped out window. Grid? Obviously, I don't do Discord video very often. Actually, can I just get rid of the sunspot? Yeah, that would be it would be really interesting. Sunspot count on Wednesday was projected to be 299, highest in several years. Yeah, I mean we could definitely cover quite a bit of the world. Oh wait. Yeah, no, that is cool. That is very cool. Thank you for starting that. It's like I need more screen real estate now. But yeah, Methuselah Nebula. Let me see if I can look that up. If the lookup for that will work. Nope. So I have to manually enter the coordinates. I'll just move the browser off screen so I can do that. Get there before EM pieces and there's no streaming. Yeah, that would make for a very dramatic stream end, Hey, what's that big flash? And then no signal. Oops. Okay. So while we're enjoying the sun, I'm copying. I am impressed by the Seestars. I mean, the default filter is pretty good. And also, I mean, this is pretty good that we're. Oh, I see a little bit of clouds going across the sun. I mean, it's impressive that we've got Discord streaming and then picking it up on stream, I guess. It's kind of bouncing around the world. Um, and fluent age 17 min, 9.83 seconds. Plus 34 degree, 12 minute, 32.1 second. Okay, I'm double checking my numbers that I'm copying from here to here while I'm also looking at the sun. 32 minutes, 32 hours, 17 minutes, 9.83 seconds. 34 degrees, 12 minutes, 32.1 seconds, J2000. And I'm going to do, it's fairly bright. It's a planetary nebula. So I'll do 20 minutes on that. Or maybe I'll do half an hour to start with. We got 2 telescopes. Well, 3. We have 3 telescopes. We have a guest telescope. We have 2 telescopes and a guest. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm getting distracted by that. It's a planetary nebula. Should I do? Yeah, I'll do. Let's go ahead and try that. And okay, I've got it scheduled. The Methuselah Nebula, I'm just calling it Methuselah. And I'm going to start. And so now we've got this telescope's going to point at something else. Boy, all these cameras, we're going to have like, what do you call it? A kind of observing, I don't know, observapalooza. We've got telescopes looking at the sky. We've got cameras looking at the telescopes. We've got guest telescopes streaming in. It's madness. But cool. Yeah, so this one is now panning. So that is, do I want to, oh, let me look at my list here while I'm thinking about this. Bernard's Galaxy. Let me look at previous nights to see what I imaged. It would be funny if somebody like joined the stream and they're, you know, you see like a view of the sun, but then on the right you see a live view of the sky. They're like, where's this person streaming from? Yeah, could be very confusing if you just kind of joined in the middle of the stream. Like, I don't understand. Like telescopes, it's every. Anyway, let me look this up. I'm looking at my list from yesterday, or no, earlier in the week. Because there's some, I'm going to revisit some of the targets I did yesterday, just because I want to get more data, and I didn't do that on stream, but I also want to, there were some other targets I didn't image yesterday, and I want to make sure I make note of those from an earlier list. So I have like the Heart Nebula, Elephant Trunk. I don't know if I'll get to all of these, but I'm certainly going to possibly try. And actually, let me look at the, let me see if it says it's running. Yeah, it says it's go-to was complete, plate self, so it must be imaging now. So that's good. Very good. What was IC 1848? I'll have to see what that was. Whoa, something just flew across the sun. Was that a bird or something? It was out of the corner of my eye, so I didn't look at it too closely. Yeah, yeah, I think this would be cool to do this more regularly. Have kind of global observing with sea stars. It's interesting. It looks like different cloud layers are going in different directions. I always think that looks cool. Um, okay, just looking at. Oh, and I forgot. I hadn't. I'm going to make note of Bubble Nebula. I don't know if I'll get to today, but it's something I just want to make note of. Uh, Bubble Nebula. Okay, great. I think I have enough. I think I have enough targets to start with. All right. So I'm going to point the other telescope, the one that's on the left here, on what do you call it? Which should I do? I think I'm going to do the Iris Nebula. You know what's frustrating? My chat got behind. Yeah, it's witchcraft. Yeah, I guess that's regarding my earlier comment. It's like it's day, it's night. Oh wait, somebody actually commented on Twitch. What? I actually am live on Twitch. Sorry. I think it might have been spam. Oh boy, of course. That would be typical. It's like, oh, I'm excited. I have a Twitch. Oh, it was spam. Dang it. Okay, so back to this. So the Methuselah is 15 light years. Twitch chat spam. Did you see this thing? It showed up kind of in like right above my head, like I have an overlay, but because I'm live on Twitch and like no one, I mean, I'll get a few viewers over there, but I don't really I haven't really promoted, and I've only recently started dual streaming, and not even consistently like I didn't last stream because I didn't want to deal with two different streams, and I don't have like a unified chat between the two, and so I just have like a simple overlay kind of above me, but because there's no chat, you don't see anything. Like once the chat happens, it fades away after a few minutes. Um, but yeah. Okay, so the Methuselah is going. That's pretty cool though. It's 4,500 light years. So um, that actually might be. No, I'm not going to do that quite yet. Let me kick off the Iris Nebula. And to do that, I've got to go here and switch telescopes. And then actually that would be. I mean, I'm not going to get carried away, but I just had this thought. I'm like, what if we had this controller could talk to remote telescopes, and then you could have one Seestar or one controller controlling multiple telescopes in different areas and different locations. Might not be as useful for the sun, but if you had multiple night telescopes, that could be pretty cool. Although people have asked right now, the SSC, the Seestar Alp, and this web interface don't support non observing night modes. It doesn't support scenery mode, planetary mode, but at some point it probably will. So I'm going to start the Iris Nebula. And I'm just gonna go for the. How long do I want to do that one? Do I want to do it for a full hour? I might do it for a full hour. Is that right? 70. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna go ahead and start that. Bummer, we got clouds rolled in, but they cleared for a bit. So we'll see if that. Let me go back to up there. See a little bit of the sun. Yeah, so here's Methuselah's going. Yeah, so the thing that I was kind of messing around with last night. Um, oops. Okay, the clouds are rolling in, so it's probably. Do you think it's over with for now? Because I can move the Discord thing off screen if it's if the clouds are going to be I'll move this off off screen. Just yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So maybe we I mean, this was a good experiment. This was pretty cool. It worked uh pretty easily. I mean, pretty smoothly. I mean, besides me having to juggle windows. I mean, I have the monitor that goes on screen. I mean, on stream. So this screen you have here is a separate monitor for me. But then my other monitor is my laptop screen, and really it would be nice if I had like a full size screen as my second screen, because then otherwise it's got kind of getting a little awkward juggling the different windows. But that's pretty cool. Cool. Thanks for doing that. Let me get back to the window I was in. We'll have to do that again, definitely. And it's really cool. All right. Okay. So the thing I was working on yesterday, like there's the apps don't work. They don't work well with multiple Seestars, or the app, the native app, the the ZWO provided one. And so to watch things as they're imaging, what I do is I have the iPad app running on my laptop, pointing at one of the telescopes, and there have been times where I had my phone pointing at the other one, but that was kind of a little finicky. So, I have this set up here, but it's only for one of the telescopes. It's for the B telescope, so I can't actually see what the A telescope is doing. Except that's where last night came in. So let me. I'm gonna have to drag my laptop over here, and I'm going to type for a little bit for a moment here, because there's nothing code related to show, but I want to show something I had been kind of messing around with last night. Oh, I see the sun briefly peeking through. Very briefly peeking through. So anyway, this will take me a moment because I have to, it's all command line, some stuff. So I need to look at my code from yesterday. What was it? Latest. Actually, I have to fish it out of Discord, I think. Fish out the thing that I was sending. Okay. I have to go back through a long chat history to find. I could figure it out again, but I don't want to. Okay, this is the magic. This is the magic. It doesn't look like magic, but you'll have to take my word for it. Okay, so I'll show you something here. What was it? Hold on. Oh, well, we got the sun back at least for a little bit. So let me do something here on the command line. Let me see, NC. Okay, yeah. That's the ticket. Sorry. Okay. I'm doing this off screen just to not subject you all to this, but it's almost there. Okay. So this is okay. So this is kind of the thing I'm doing. So I'm sending, if you haven't ever done anything like this, don't worry about it, but it's basically I'm sending this thing to this Seestar. I need to change it to this Seestar. And I'm going to send it to, what do I want to call this? Methuselah dot test. Sure, why not? Let's see if this works. And right now, this network activity. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see what this does. So now I have to look at something off screen. And what was it? Test Methuselah. Have to do my okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Maybe that didn't work like I had hoped. Let me try that again. Just doing a test. And okay. I'm nothing like doing this on a live stream, but let us see. What is this? Of course, it never works quite the way you hope. Well, let me Python derangement syndrome. Asking for, yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of things going on here. A lot of what was it? Spinning plates. A lot of spinning plates going on. Yeah. So the file. There's something a little off about this. Oh, I wonder. Let me try it on the other telescope, which is port 250. And let's see, 251. And this is the, it's the iris test. Okay. Let's see how this works. Will it work? Will it blend? I'm not sure. Oh, I wonder if that's my problem. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay. 80 delete. You know what I think the problem is? My my thing, my what I was typing isn't, it's not the same thing that I had done yesterday. So let's try this. Let us try a different way of doing it. Okay. All right. Now it's thinking. I wonder if it disconnected. It's kind of funny. Look, the telescope is moving and I'm not touching anything. But yeah, that could be cool, having a bunch of things. Sorry. Oh. Let me see. Sorry. Maybe this demo isn't going to work today. If I can't get it to work. Oh, it did. I figured out what was wrong. Anyway, so I did it a slightly different way, but we'll get into it. So I've created this Methuselah, but if I look at it, it is a zip file, and if I unzip it, okay. So let me bring up Cyril, and it's pointed at the right directory. Let me open. Where is that? Oh, it doesn't like the fact it doesn't have a file extension, so I'm going to rename that to fit. Okay, so now it shows up. So if I do, oh, that's why. I'm missing a thing. I'm missing a step. Sorry. Yeah. So I've got another incantation of so it's not really a fit file, but I'm going to do that, run this command line. We'll call it Methuselah.tiff. We're rounding the corner, hopefully, on this. And I know this was painful, but what I did is I was able to pull the current live stack off the other telescope from the command line. So that means I should be able to, it should be relatively straightforward, famous last words, to actually start including live images in that web interface, in this web interface. So then if you're kind of looking at, either the schedule screen, they're actually, or some other new screen per telescope, you could actually see what's going on from the web interface without having to do what I'm doing here, where I have the Seestar app looking at one of the telescopes, but now I should be able to pull it from either one. So anyway, that's what I was working on last night. It wasn't that exciting probably to see me type that, but it would have been even less exciting to see me figure out what I needed to do to get to that point. Yeah. So with the automation, I mean, I could do it the same way, honestly. But in case there's there's a use case when you're not on the live stream, and there's a use case, there's something that it'll do with that the app can't do. So one thing I can do in this automation setup, and I do kind of limited versions of it, but it's possible for you to set up like an entire night's worth of targets. You can say, okay, I wait until 11 p.m., then image, this specific target for an hour, and then wait until 12:30 in the morning, and then image this other target. And so you can kind of come out with an entire schedule, and then run it through this software without using the app. And then you can, like, you don't have to monitor it all night. Like, you just basically set it going and then go to bed. Also, it supports kind of saving and restoring schedules. So you could come up with a schedule like once, and then you can run it over, say, several nights, so you can acquire more data that way. The other thing that this does that I haven't used as much, but I'm going to be doing it later, but it probably won't be until after midnight tonight, is you can do mosaics. So whereas the Seestar software might get it at some point, but it doesn't currently offer it now. So in the case of mosaics, like the Andromeda Galaxy, I can take 9 different panels, 9 different photos over the course of a few hours, and this software handles all of the details of like figuring out where the different panels are. You say you want to go for 2 hours, and then it kind of divides the total time by the number of panels and spends that much time on each panel, which you could do through the app, but it would be very painful. And then trying to get the alignment right would be kind of painful. So it kind of lets you do some things that you can't do otherwise. It also exposes some settings that the app doesn't. So you can, like, a common setting that I always recommend people do right off the bat is saving the individual subframes. But there's actually a setting to save failed subframes, which the failed subframes might be for a reason, but like, you don't necessarily know why it failed. It could have been there was a cloud. It could have been the telescope was moving and all the stars are blurred. But there's been times where I'll look at the failed frames, and I think it was just that specific target. There weren't many stars that were visible at once in the field of view, and I think it just had a hard time aligning it. But if you took that frame then afterwards in something like Serial, you could tweak the settings and be able to use that data that otherwise the Seestar itself won't use. It also lets you adjust dither interval, where it's like how many frames it kind of does a dither movement, and a lot of people increase this to a higher number, like 15 or something, which it ends up kind of spending less time not capturing images and more time actually capturing images. You can also change the exposure. So some people run their telescope in equatorial mode, and you can do that with the Seestar app. But if you have it in equatorial mode and it's fairly aligned, polar aligned, people will use 30-second exposures without having to worry about field rotation or blurred stars. But in this setting, you can change it to higher values. So you can set it to like a minute. I think it starts running into issues past like 70 seconds. It'll let you set it to much, much higher values, but there's something internal to the Seestar where it ends up not liking it. But it kind of, it lets you do a few different things you can't do through the app. Now, I still end up using the app to monitor, but what I was showing just now, I might not have to do that. But yeah, so I can still kind of monitor things. Anyway, oh, somebody just walked past. I missed it. That's funny. I think I'd moved it off screen, so I missed it. Darn it. Yeah. Oh, is it? I see clouds right now. Yeah, okay, more clouds. yeah, so that's fine. Um, you can see all clouds right now, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, I mean, so the Seestar software is it works, it works, and it's, you can produce good results with it. It's just, it's nice to be able to kind of queue up multiple things. Um, I'm not doing it here, obviously. The other thing that is handy too with this is it's easier to uh, yeah, let me, hopefully that doesn't, okay. Um, like the latest version of the Seestar app, the 2.0 release lets you define custom objects. Uh, but it arguably it's easier here in this interface where you can just type a name and coordinates, or you can look up things. So you can't. So the like an example, not the Methuselah, but and well, not this, but like there's IC targets, or the IC catalog. I don't know if Seestar, if the software has added that, the app, but at least before it only supported certain catalogs like Messier catalog, NGC. I guess actually it had some IC objects, but there were other objects that it doesn't have in it, and so it was kind of painful to try to image some of those. Whereas this, we're doing kind of a general Simbad lookup, so the catalog is much vaster. Like it's, instead of thousands or tens of thousands of objects, it's like probably millions of objects you can look up. And even if it's not defined, it's relatively straightforward to just kind of enter the coordinates. So yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, different. And it's something that we're working on and trying to make it more user friendly and more useful to more people. It's still got its rough edges. But for the case of like, if you want to run your Seestar all night, but you don't want to stay up all night, then this is the way to go. And like I'll do it. And the situation I have where I have two Seestars, and it's really painful to try to juggle the two Seestars. And that's why I had that convoluted setup where I had this the iPad app running on my laptop, and then a phone tethered with a USB, an HDMI cable. But that said, you know, I mean, one thing I want to do is they came out with a new release. It changed some things, and it didn't quite break this, but there's some functionality. It kind of, like, it was nice here where you could set it to not autofocus when it's going to a specific target, so you could just manually autofocus and then it goes to it. But now I think it just, by the latest version that came out, it just autofocuses whether you want to or not, which can cause problems. If you're imaging faint targets or a mosaic where there's some faint areas and it has a hard time autofocusing, when it fails the autofocus, the entire panel fails. And so that's kind of frustrating. And they made that the default in the latest version. So there's no way to turn it off currently in the app with the latest version. The version, I'm running an older firmware, so I don't have that problem right now. But I do want to try the latest version, but I don't want to lock myself out of some functionality. Oh yeah, I mean, I did take the thing off, but I need to expand the web interface. Okay, so what? Thanks. Oh, and thanks for sharing the sun, the live stream of the sun. We'll definitely have to try that again sometime. But let me see. Sorry, I'm going back to this Seestar, and it's done. So the Methuselah nebula is done. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, not to be fair, but in all honesty, this is kind of a work in progress. Like everything I do on the stream, and I'm trying, I try different things and try to make adjustments. One of the biggest ones that I feel is holding, and I say it every stream, the thing that's holding me back from some of the things I want to try is my Wi-Fi network. And it's not that my Wi-Fi network is bad. In the whole, it's fairly up to date. The problem is the devices I'm trying to talk to are outside the house, and so the signal is kind of weak. And so, anyway, I've talked about it a lot, and I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it, but I want to, because if I had a more solid connection, then I could do something even more different where, I mean, this controller would be kicking off things and, imaging, but I could then live stack instead of using the app and relying on the Seestar to do the live stacking. I could be live stacking in Cyril or some other software. And so the reason I brought this up is this is one of the Seestars, and I was just curious if I could find the Methuselah, if this is the one that's connected to the Methuselah, or to the Seestar A, which is what I used for Methuselah. We'll let that wait for a bit. Yeah, more access points. I mean, really, the problem is I need to. I've said this a few times. I need to patch a new Ethernet jack downstairs because there's a jack on the other side of the wall from where the telescopes are. So if I patch that jack into my network, then I can set up an access point there, and then the telescopes will have a really solid signal because it's just through a wall. And I've talked about like possibly drilling a hole through the wall and actually having an outdoor access point. But let me see if this is the telescope. I need to clear off some of these. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna just pull up the stacked image, the stacked JPEG. Since this is on the Seestar A, I can't use the app currently to pull it up on stream, but we can look at the image through the file system, through the network share that it exposes. Let me have a drink. Well, we're heading to the moon is becoming more prominent, so we're gonna start. I'll probably have, the moon will be on stream at some point in the next week or so. Sometimes this doesn't dismiss, and I like. Anyway, this should not take this long to load 612 kilobytes. Of course, the question is, where is the Methuselah nebula in this field of view? So let me bring up Stellarium and we can see if we can figure that out. Oops. All right. Okay. So these two stars are these two stars. I mean, the coordinates I entered should have put the network. I mean the nebula right in the center. Let me see what, if I turn on this view, it might show more detail. I need to turn off the E. Is it E? No, Z. Yeah, Z. Okay. So it's somewhere. I wonder if some of this is also part of it. It's a planetary nebula. So I've got, it's one of these things. Sometimes it ends up like a, what do you call it? A scavenger hunt where you're trying to figure out exactly where the object is. And this is just kind of the raw JPEG. This is with no extra processing. So I could, if we process it more, we could. I wonder if it's this green thing here. I wonder if that's it. I don't know how big it's supposed to be. I mean, it is a planetary nebula, which those tend to be smaller. And the problem is this sky catalog isn't very helpful, but that appears to be it. So it's this green thing. Interesting. And this also looks like there might be. I'll have to process that to see if I can pull out some stuff there because I see some. I don't know if that's a nebulosity or something else, but yeah, that's it. Um, I should try to dither it too to see if I can get more. Not dither, drizzle. I always mess those two things up. I need to drizzle it to see if I can get more detail. But yeah, got a half hour on that. Oh, hey there. How you doing? You know, it's funny. Someone mentioned at the beginning of the stream, or they noticed I still had the freezer camera on my browser history. Um, oh yeah, yeah. Hi. Oh, that's good. Good to hear. Just Pat. Thanks for joining. Even. Oh yeah. Hi, Liam. It's been a while. Catching anything fun? No, I mean, in some ways, I'm just kind of getting started. We did an initial target of the Methuselah Nebula, which is a planetary nebula, and now I'm also imaging the Iris Nebula. But I'm just getting going, honestly. Kind of the main events the main target I want to image. A lot of them are after midnight, for better or worse. Yeah, Iris. Okay, okay, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, the skies are good here tonight, so thanks. It's been hopefully get some good data in tonight. But thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it. Finally caught the stream. Yeah. Yeah. So what now? Okay. So we're doing Iris. That's going. The other telescope is idle, and we need to fix that. Yeah. 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 I mean, I guess I'd thought about that, and I'd even thought about years ago. I used like the power Ethernet over power adapters, but really I have a network jack close to where the telescopes are, and I just need to kind of bite the bullet and do it. And then the other thing that potentially unlocks is I could run power over Ethernet and have the cable go outside and use that to control like the Raspberry Pi, or like my all sky camera could be powered that way then too. So that would fix some other issues I have. It would improve the connection to the all sky camera. It would improve the connections to the Seestars. It would help improve because right now I have to have a separate power adapter run to the all sky camera. Whereas if I could just run everything over the Ethernet, then it would simplify things a lot. But I've thought about it because this has been an ongoing problem. I've thought, I should just put like a repeater or something to kind of get past this, or just improve it at least for now. But okay, so what next? Yeah, I need to fix the idle The idle object. I mean, idle telescope. Actually, I need to look at Bernard's galaxy because it's a faint. I don't know if it's a dwarf galaxy technically, but it's faint, and I've had what I've gotten. Yeah, it's obstructed. When is it going to be visible, or is it already too late? Oh yeah, no, it's, oh, dang it. No, I forgot. I need to put that on the list so I can image it earlier. The Eagle Nebula, I should have, or Trifid or Lagoon or any of these, because I only have a fairly narrow window to image these because of this kind of canyon between buildings. And I'm already kind of in the tail end of what I can image, so I'm not going to even bother with those. That's annoying. How are you getting the targets into ALP? Well, it has a function now where you can. I had to manually key in the Methuselah Nebula, but things like let me do M16. I can just type M16, and you hit the search, and it populates the right ascension declination, and it should have turned on light pollution, but maybe I'm running an older version. And yeah, then so it fills it out for you when you and it's doing a lookup from Simbad, so okay. Well, I appreciate it that I'm one of the two Seestar live streamers. He streamed for 11 hours. Wow. My record is like 6.5. I think the one the other day was like 5 hours or something. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I might end up doing that. I was thinking about that more yesterday. Since I wasn't live streaming, I was kind of figuring out how to get the images out of the Seestar, the live stack. But I was also kind of thinking about, what I had mentioned, how, the discussion had turned to hardware the other night. And so like, that's why this space freezer is on the screen. And I was thinking of like, what are the minimal things I need to add to one of my scopes so I can start bringing that on stream. And I mean, the camera, I don't have to have the camera upgraded, but I want to do it because I feel like, so I have the Seestar cameras are 2 megapixel, but I want something that's like much higher resolution for the stream. But I was thinking about the logistics of, I need to either repurpose the mini PC I have or get another one, and like, how would I bring it onto stream and stuff? Yeah. 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 Why not? Who knows? I mean, and there's other ones too, or, wait until Seestar comes out with a new one. But then there's other ones too, like the dwarf. I've seen some people stream the dwarf online. Yeah, who is this other Seestar streamer? I've there's one there's one other YouTube channel that I've watched a few times where they stream different devices. Sometimes it's Seestar, sometimes a dwarf, sometimes it's multiple scopes. I think eventually I want to do kind of a more traditional setup and the Seestars at the same time. Not to compare them or anything, but like they could be on totally different targets and, kind of looking at different things. So either the other scope would be a wider field than the Seestar, or it would be a narrower field. So I could look at, smaller galaxies or nebulas and stuff. But I was just thinking about that last night about, what gear to do for that. And then I was like I want to improve this night. The all sky camera is good. I like the all sky camera, but it kind of frustrates me at times where I'll tell it I'll start having the telescopes go from one point to the other, and there's a lag because this is just it's just doing time lapse. It's not meant to be real time, but I want a real time camera, and I've seen there's a few people who have. There's a couple of kind of surveillance cameras that have good enough night vision, and I have like a couple of them uh, that I've thought about picking up one of those and then using that for kind of like a camera view. But yeah, um, yeah, again, it's, oh, here. Yeah, Sky Tour Stream. Yeah. I need to, I somebody mentioned that channel, a couple of times, and I still have a tab open on another, in another window that I want to look at that. Okay. I need to, get the other scope going. So that's unfortunate. I could have, should have, didn't. Um, why does my, why does my all sky camera look like noon? Um, yeah, there's a couple of reasons. One, there's settings in the all sky camera on, what was it? Uh, was it in here? There was a setting where you could adjust, um, I don't know if it was here or if it was like one of the more easily accessible settings, but there's a way where you can change kind of the dark level, not dark level. I forget what it was, but basically I tuned it up a little bit. But some of it is my skies are just terrible. Like I'm Bortle 9 and um it's shockingly bright at times, and the sky's really kind of, the transparency is bad right now because there's a lot of dust in the air, and so that's kind of making the sky glow even worse. But yeah, it's some of it's because I tweaked the exposure, um although and I also let the gain kind of, I let it set the gain higher. um but yeah, it's, and that isn't the case right now, but there's times where sometimes I'll have the porch light on. I'll forget to turn it off, and the telescope will be pointing away from the porch, so it doesn't interfere with the imaging. I don't think, but it does make it does light up the scopes quite a bit. Um, okay, ALP set to, or have it set to M16. Nice. Yeah, M17. Yeah, the problem is mine are, I think I wouldn't be able to get much time on it even if I tried. Because like, yeah, I mean, if it's about to be obstructed any moment now, so. I was gonna go to that Bernard's Galaxy. Did I already do that? Did I already look? I already looked, and it's not quite, okay, not quite there. So, what about the fish head? um, that is IC 1795. 1795? Let me look. I guess it didn't like me just typing. Oh, kind of low. I'll try that a little later. Yeah, several of the targets were more like after, well, it's almost 11 here, but they were closer to midnight targets. So what else? Oh, is Pluto visible? I think it's too late for Pluto. Oh. Wait, what? Is that another thing that I can do? Is it around midnight? Okay, it's around midnight. Pluto. Because I've been able to image Pluto a couple of times. I don't know if I've done a long enough exposure, but I think I have. So I might just punt and go with. Wait, is the iris going? Um, iris is still going. Maybe I just do. No. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah. You know, maybe I'll do this on the other scope too. NGC 7023. But I did this one with the light pollution filter. Maybe I'm kind of curious what. Yeah, let me look that up. Let me try it. I'm just gonna try it. Why not? 7023. Look it up. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. 1800. I'm just gonna do it a relatively short one. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna try it. Why not? Why not? Unfortunately, I can't see what it's doing, so I'll have to think about that, or I'll have to, yeah, I'll just let it run. What else? Yeah, when is the deer lick group visible? Which is such a strange name. Okay, okay. So that is deer lick group. Actually, deer lick group is visible. Darn it. Let me look at that. Yeah, it's visible. Dang it. I'm going to just stop this one. I went to the trouble of starting this one, but I'm just going to stop it right now. Because that's the way I am. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I was just wanting to see what the cameras, the all sky camera is doing. Okay, clear the schedule. And this is one. So the deer, so I'll show you what I'm imaging here. This is, oops, it's two different galaxy, well, the deer lick group is a little cluster of, I mean, it's this, which one is it? NGC 7331, but then there's several other galaxies right here, like in the same field. But nearby, you also have Stephen's Quintet, which is fairly. See, this is where having another rig, a non-smart rig that I had more reach with would come in handy, where I could really zoom in on Stephen's Quintet. But yeah, it's like these interacting galaxies, and it's kind of small, but basically it's a little too far apart to comfortably get everything in one frame. So I actually did a 1x2 mosaic the other day, so I am going to do that again. And I have. Did I actually? Yeah, I actually have. I actually saved it out for this exact case where I can rerun the exact same mosaic with the exact same coordinates, and all the parameters are the same. So I'm just going to go ahead and start that. And yeah, I need to process that. I always get behind on the processing, but and even though these targets are relatively small, I think this would be a great candidate for doing testing it out with drizzle in the new Cyril, in the development version of Cyril. Because I think that would, I mean, it wouldn't make it like as high of a resolution, but at least it would help. kind of improve. Um, well, there was M31, and there was also the trapezium galaxy. But I think M31, it's something I can't image until like after midnight. Let me switch back to, yeah. So right now you can see it's pretty badly. I mean, it's behind a building. It like briefly appears, but not even completely. Uh, so it's not really visible until, I mean, supposedly after 11:30, but realistically, it's probably more like I've been starting around midnight my time. Um, yeah, yeah, all sky is goofed. Well, the problem is it was too dark, and so like that's why I started futzing around with some of the exposure and gain settings. Yeah, and want to see images. It was super small. Oh, oh. Is it the one that had the weird name? Uh, yeah, I think that was what was it? What was it? It was the it's I know where it is. It's over like where M16 is. Uh, here's Bernard's Galaxy. Oh, okay. I forgot. I need to image Bernard's Galaxy at some point. But it was what was it? It had a very unusual name. It was like some the it was like the enormous galaxy or something. It was kind of a odd name. Let me look at my list of other nights. Uh, it was, let me see. Bernard's. What is it? Uh, it wasn't that one. Oh gosh. I see 1160. No, that wasn't the one. It had a very, very funny name. Well, not very, very funny, but it was an unusual name. When was this list from? What was it? Live. I'm like floundering here. I'm trying to find that thing because now I can't. Oh, yeah. Um, I'm not sure if this is the one you're thinking of. It was 6907. Um, the giant behemoth galaxy. I think that was the one, which sounds like it's impressive, but when I actually kind of, and it's not visible until after midnight, but when I looked into it, it was like I couldn't. Is it even there? Yeah, it's like small. It's really small. Like look at that. It's like this tiny little. I mean, this tiny little galaxy in here, and it's called the giant behemoth galaxy. Yeah, and it's 146 million light years away. I don't know if it's called that because it's just intrinsically large, and because of its distance, it seems small. But it was a funny name. But that's, yeah, giant behemoth. Let me make a note of that. I might image it anyway if I run out of things to do. Um, let me see. it was, so I've done Iris. I've started the Deer Lick group, and I might try NGC 6907, giant behemoth. I captured a giant behemoth. It helps if I knew how to spell Myth Galaxy after midnight. Yeah, it very strange, very very strange. Yeah, it was the giant behemoth. Yeah, and yeah, yeah. So anyway, so there's that, and let's look at. So this is so one of them. So I am getting Iris Nebula here. It's going to take a lot of data, hours of data. I mean, this is another half hour, but it's going to take a lot to get that to the exposure I want it to be at. Let's see. Okay. I'm behind on that. Okay. I am. Okay. Oh, that's funny. I was wondering why there's this this microphone up here. It's because on Discord I'm still voice connected. Oops. Anyway, there we go. All right, so that is running. And what else? Oh, and I see if yeah. Anyway, let me. All right, so kind of getting back where I was. So this is going to run for 90 minutes. So that's going to run until like 12:30. And then this one has been running for a while. So I imagine this is going to be ending before too long. Well, actually, let me see. I said an hour and it's captured 25 minutes of data. So it's well over halfway done because of rejection rate. So let me have a. I wonder how much more data I'll get out of this one. Deep sky freezer. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, one of the other things we were looking at the other night, when it kind of the conversation switched to hardware, I've thought harmonic mounts are kind of cool, for just various reasons. For me personally, I like that they're so small and don't require a counterweight for the kind of loads I would use with it. The portability and, as part of that, the lack of counterweight. So there's a bunch of brands that have come out with them, and so this was one we were looking at, and then I don't know why I was looking at this one. Oh, yeah, I guess it came up. One thing I do need to do more with is not do more with, but I've thought about doing a video about making mosaics, and actually just showing the steps. It's not that difficult, but I haven't done that yet. Thanks, Cosmic Ray. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of action I can do here. Imaging stuff, especially for a few hours. It's like just ends up kind of being what do you call it? Just chatting along with observing kind of thing. So that's what it usually ends up becoming. What else? EAA. Yeah. I need to really, I really need to. There's so many things that, yeah, I need to be able to bring up both of the telescopes, what they're doing. Um, I'm down to just one. There was a few streams where I actually wasn't able to bring up anything, because I had an issue with this app, and actually that's an interesting. I mean, I've kind of debated, what kind of things I want to do on stream besides just kind of capturing things with the Seestar, which I've been, you know, um, I've been doing a lot of that. But for like another telescope, um, do I do traditional imaging with that? Uh, One thing I've found interesting, I've seen people use uh, astrotherapist. Is that actually a channel, um, or is that just an observation? Oh, it finished. So this is finished. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of new functionality a bunch of functionality that's been discussed since since you do set kind of like a time of how long you want to run the session. We've different people have suggested different things. One of them is uh, yeah, if you another thing, add an end timer. So if you say image X gives you an end time. I mean, one thing we had talked about, when I say we, just on the Discord server for ALP, is actually on this view showing kind of when, like right now it has this where it'll show which item is currently running, and if you have multiple items, the kind of it goes down one by one, but it doesn't actually show you when it started. And that would be easy enough to add like a more status where you can see, okay, this started, um, so you know if it started 50 minutes ago and you set it for an hour, you've got 10 more minutes and it'll be done. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, um, kind of a lot of usability. I mean, this web interface didn't even exist a few weeks ago, so it's all new. Um, and right now, like this is a mosaic, a 1x2 mosaic. Like it won't give you updates on which mosaic, which panel is it imaging. And so, um, I need to look at that. I will look at that. I know it's been mentioned, but because if they're doing what I think they're doing, I've thought about doing that too, but I don't know. I need to look at it before I make comment on it and be wrong. Um, but I've had a few ideas on things to do, um, for these live observing streams, and that's part of the reason why I want to do, like a non Seestar, just to kind of mix things up as far as like the kind of targets, how they're being imaged. Um, but yeah, as far as this interface, like there's a lot more to do. I mean, we're trying to balance not getting too carried away and trying to reinvent like other astronomy observing software. Um, but on the other hand, we want to. I mean, some of it are problems that we want to solve for ourselves. Okay, taking a break. Be back in a bit. I'll see you in a bit, Dave. Um, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of a work in progress. Um, Kind of better feedback on where it is, being able to see the image, which you can do through the app, but if you have a problem where you have a situation where you have multiple Seestars, it would be nice to be able to kind of have better observe better visibility into what it's doing, both in the kind of numeric sense or kind of status sense of like when did it start, which panel is it on, but also in the visual sense of what it's doing. It's funny. I have two chats. I have the same chat on my screen twice. Oh, that's what he's using, a 10-inch Hyperstar. Oh, and right, in Arizona from Connecticut. Right. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't necessarily be having a 10-inch Hyperstar, but to be honest, I had thought about an 8-inch Celestron, perhaps with a Hyperstar add-on. So for those who haven't don't know, aren't familiar with that, so if you get like let me just Celestron, although he's running a Mead, but same idea. So if we go like with an 8-inch Celestron, there's several options. There's the Edge, just a general kind of C8. So yeah, you get a C8, but then you add a Hyperstar to it, which this is like an F. These are F10s, and when you add the Hyperstar to it, like Cosmic Ray said, it makes it F2. So that gives you it does several things. Like you end up with a much wider field of view, and you can image things very quickly. Yeah. Well, yeah. So a couple different ways I've been wanting to do that. Like that's part of the reason why I'll have this up on screen, because it does show like the stacking progress as it goes along. And that's what I used to do with both of the Seestars until I started running ALP more. No, I was even doing it with ALP, but then things got kind of messed up on the network. And the way I was doing it, where I was having the phone for one, and then doing it on screen, doing the iPad app on screen, it was kind of unwieldy. And then the network, my pairing between my phone and the Seestars kind of got messed up. And I haven't uninstalled it yet, but I got in this problem where this situation where I could pair it. I could connect to it when I was next to it, but then if I tried to, I was having problems controlling it from up here. And so I think I've even had streams where I was struggling with that on stream. So I just started going with just a single kind of monitor of the Seestars, and I generally tried to pick the targets that I think might be more interesting to see to run on telescope B, so we can actually see it. Well, yeah. So the reason it says it's previewing is because it stopped. It had stopped imaging the Iris Nebula. Like it had gotten like however much data that was. But yeah, I haven't pointed it at anything else yet, so that's why it's just kind of sitting there spinning. But yeah, let me fix that. Actually, let's just do something nice and bright that I know I can image. And actually, just for old time's sake, I'll do it in the app because it's relatively straightforward. And actually, maybe I can see if the app suggests anything. Oh, see, yeah, the Iris Nebula. That's what I had been imaging, but it just, I don't know if it's just my terrible skies or I just need to get so much more data. But that was what I got from over half an hour of data. Like you can see, yeah, 27 minutes. And like you can see some of the blue, but like I've captured, yeah, yeah, I could capture. I've gotten more data on this, and I need to stack it. I need to stack it in Serial and see if I can get more detail out of there. But I've been having a hard time getting too much detail out of the Iris Nebula, which is why I keep going back to it, because I'm trying to accumulate enough data where I can get a decent image. But that's why I'm going to go to the Pac-Man Nebula, because I know that one's bright enough, and I need more data for that one anyway. Yeah, I'm going to do the Pac-Man Nebula, because that one's relatively bright, and that one starts showing results almost immediately. Not 71, 81. And then this one should, yeah. Let me just double check in Stellarium. Yeah. Oh, wait, that's, yeah, that one's plenty high enough. But yeah, the Iris Nebula, I've had a lot of, that one is just, again, I have terrible skies here, and I feel like there's certain targets where the surface brightness is just, I don't know what it is, if it's the surface brightness or something, that my skies are just, it's just horrible. Like I just can't, I have to get so much data to get anything somewhat reasonable. Could it be set up like the Owl Sky where refresh every minute as opposed to live stack? Not, I mean, not in the Seestar by default. But yeah, that, so like one of the, let me just start imaging that. This, I don't know if this will succeed or not. Like it always has horizontal. This one particularly tends to have consistent horizontal calibration problems, which is the weirdest thing. Like it is interesting when you get two of the same model, and there's definitely differences between the two of them. But yeah, so yeah, I mean it. One of the things I've wanted to do, again, that it goes with that network update, is that I could live stack outside of the live stack outside of the app. I could live stack in Serial or something else. The other thing I've thought about doing, I have this idea that I'd like to be able to do a live mosaic. I have a couple ideas on how to do that, but I've thought about in these cases, like when I'm doing M31 of, I mean, granted that would be an entire telescope kind of out of commission for a couple hours. And maybe that's something I shoot for before, like in the next few weeks, because like right now I can't start the mosaics for Andromeda until after midnight, but in another month it'll be, that it'll be just that much earlier. And so, it might be interesting to have kind of a live mosaic from the Seestar. Yeah, sharp cap. That was one of the ones I had thought of doing. I want to. I mean, the first thing I need to do is get the network better, and once I get the network better, I was planning on trying a few different things. Sharp cap was one of them I was thinking of doing. The other was seeing how serials stacks up, no pun intended. But yeah, that maybe pun was intended. But yeah, but my skies are just bad. It's just bad. There's no way around it, which is part of the reason why I want to try to get a Seestar remote, like a remote control Seestar, because I'd like to try it on a Portal 1. That might be something. Let me make a note on that. Let me see. Remote control. I know I'm probably. Is it actually updating? And again, that's another side effect of the bad network. It should up if the network were completely rock solid, this image would update once a minute, once every 10 seconds. So you really could see the progress of the stack. But the problem is with the network, it ends up kind of skipping frames because the way the app talks to the Seestar is it has two different connections to it, and one of them it's like sending commands to, saying, okay, point at this telescope or start imaging. But the Seestar is also sending back messages saying, oh, I've successfully pointed at something, or oh, I'm doing a stack and this is how many frames I've done and how long it's been going. And that's how this timer gets updated here. It's continuously, the app's continuously getting kind of these messages. Now, then the app will go over the other connection and say, okay, send me the latest stack. And the problem is if it's slow, if the network connection is slow, it ends up kind of, not being able to get new updated stacks very often. But if the connection is good, it can get the stacks more quickly. Yeah, this will take a little bit of time. Yeah. I have some ideas, and also what do you call it? I hate to mispronounce, but it's like I hate to mispronounce people's handles, but Seku Busajima, I'm sorry, apologies in advance, is Portal 1, and so yeah, that might be. I have ideas. Yeah. Show what you're seeing over data transfer. But I still kind of get down into a network issue. Because I've thought about that for some, like, I have a telescope. I have one set up that I have to have a computer plugged into it, and I don't have a dedicated astro computer, so I thought of like putting a computer down there, pulling in it, having an image and then screen sharing that computer up here where I can have it on stream. But then I still have a problem with the network. It's just not between here and the telescope. It's between here and the computer downstairs controlling the telescope. So it all goes back to needing a better network. Yeah. Now everybody kills my name. Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that yeah. Theoretically I should be better at at that name, but for reasons, but I'm not. Like I said, I have two chats, and I saw a message show up on one chat, and it hasn't showed up on my other chat. So give me a sec. Why is it? It's funny. It's like sometimes it ends up this other one. Okay. So what computer is running the scope? Um, the Seestar ALP software is running on this Raspberry Pi. Um, and this really, it's not the like this screen image right here, uh, this preview, it's the iPad app for the Seestar iPad app, but it's running on my computer, on my Mac laptop. So I guess there's different answers here. Like there's a bunch of moving parts here, like too many moving parts. I have this whole screen, which is my Mac laptop. This is an iPad Seestar app running on the Mac laptop, but then the Seestar controller, the Seestar ALP software is running on a Raspberry Pi. Um, okay, Seiko, just like the watch. Okay, that's easier rather than me trying to pronounce that. But yeah, like Seiko's Bortle 1, Cosmic Array's Bortle 4. Where Cosmic Array, where's your rough geographic area? Um, but yeah, I've had this idea of like being able to kind of pull in different geographies or just telescopes in different Bortle regions. I mean, that's one of the things I want to do. I want to be able to have. I I wouldn't necessarily do it every time. Well, I wasn't planning on doing it every time or even regularly because I was going to try to do it myself. Like I was literally thinking of dropping one of my Seestars off at my mom's house, and then taking the other one to like a Bortle 1 location, and then using like VPN Voodoo to like control the one at my mom's house, and then have the other one with me, and then stream both of them, um, to like compare, you know, different Bortles. But that would be kind of painful. Um, 150 of imaging? No, it's like 5 minutes. It's up to 5 minutes. This one. Um, okay, Poconos. Okay, Pennsylvania. Okay, I was just curious. It more about the not it was more about kind of like the time zone difference, because Seiko's like in clearly in a different hemisphere because it was daytime there, whereas Pennsylvania at least overlaps. I mean, I'm in U.S. Central, so I'm only 1 hour off. Um, but yeah, this is up to 5 minutes, but it's getting a like you. I'm not sure how well it shows up on stream, but you can kind of start seeing the Pac-Man Nebula there. It's just slow. I mean, this is my pain of living in a Bortle 9. Like only like the very brightest nebulas show up in any reasonable amount of time. Um, and that's why I was kind of bummed that I missed my very narrow window that I could get the Lagoon Nebula and Trifid Nebula and whatever, because those start showing results quickly. Yeah. Well, this is I mean, Bortle 9 and terrible terrible visibility transparency right now. Like it's very bad transparency. I mean, I see other people's images where they're like, "Oh, you know, I did this in 20 minutes," and then for me to get a similar result, it takes like 2 hours. Um, so it's just, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's anything intrinsically with with the scope I have. It because like I get the same result from both. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I, w- I, to be fair, I did adjust some of the settings to try to brighten it up a little bit, mostly because it sometimes would, like, there's a building kind of right out of frame that it would meter off. It would try to expose off of that, and so the image would be too dark, and so I adjusted to make the background brighter. But I mean, to be honest, like there's times where and this is why, like on full moon days, I pretty much, I mean, globular clusters are good targets, but I just give up on just about everything else when the moon is close to full, because the sky is just like, my baseline is already so terrible. Like um you throw the moon on top of it, it's just it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, no, and it's painful. It is painful. Um, but which is, again, M13. Is that actually? And this is again my other problem, is my skies are just let me sorry, I'm trying to go back to current time. My other problem is just my terribly obstructed sky. Yeah, see, it's already behind a building for me. Yeah, it's Hercules, but it's already behind. I mean, I can show you what I've got in the past with. Um, Actually, but that's a good idea. Like maybe not M13, but let's do another globular. I could do, is M15? Yeah, let me see how big M15 is. Because some globulars are kind of compact. Let me do M15. It's not as spectacular. It's not bad. Let me do M15. That's more interesting. I mean, because yeah, like you said earlier, it's kind of like watching paint dry. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bortle 9 is not a happy place for some targets. Um, oh, thank you, Darwin Teague, for being a member. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Ask ask Seestar for, like, actually that's a good point. I because I've been using Seestar ALP a lot recently. Actually, so let me bring this thing on. Sorry, I want to bring some. Okay. So I brought Darwin's membership back on screen because I wasn't sure if it did something else, but it does give a nice shiny member badge. Um, but because I've been using Seestar ALP, I haven't been using the app as much. So let me look at that and go here. Oh, no. Go search. And do I want to do current best? I'll just do cluster. I mean, M13 I can't see, but M15 I can, supposedly. Actually, where's M2? M2 I might be able to see. So I'm going to try M15, and if that doesn't pan out, I'll do M2. And the app, the iPad app is just really awkward on the laptop. But let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to go look up M2. 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 Ah. Ah. M2. Yeah, M2 might be visible. Now, M2 doesn't look like it's quite as big, but is it visible? Yeah, M2 should be visible. But if M15 doesn't pan out, I'll do M2. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Oh, it's there. Let's go ahead and go. Wait. Why is the light pollution filter on? That should not be on. I mean, it's fine for the nebula, but not for... There we go. Actually, I might do an autofocus just for good measure. Yeah, faster paint dry. You never know. Never know. Never know what kind of stuff. Yeah, that would be funny. You know, if you become a member today, this stream will become 10% faster just for you. No, that's unfortunately I can't. Doesn't work that way. Okay. All right. Cool. Let me kick that off. But yeah, this is why I want to improve network speed and also yeah, improve network speed is the fundamental thing. And also being able to add the ability to view the live stack in the Seestar ALP, because then, especially if I had, you know, 2 or 3 running, and I had like a view where you can actually, I mean, because we have full control since it's open source that, you know, people are contributing to, it would be easy enough to have like 2 or 3 live stacks on one web page. Like if you have 3 scopes, you could have just all 3 running. And so then, you know, you can see all the targets in one shot. That would be the, you know, you say that. Fiber has come down a lot in price. Fiber has come way down in price. Now the problem is my house. I'm kind of, it's not that easy for me to pull new cables in my house. I mean, I think the Ethernet would support. It probably could support 10 gigabit. Realistically, it would probably just be gigabit, maybe 2.5 gigabit. And that would be plenty for what I need, for especially from the Seestars. I mean, the Seestar can't even, like, it's got a limit on how fast it can pump data out. And plus, it's going to be communicating over Wi-Fi, so that's going to be a limit. I did actually try. I was curious because the Seestar is running basically like almost, I don't know if it's running the same software as the ASI Air. I think it is, or like a modified version of what's on the ASI Air. And just in the off chance that they hadn't disabled that functionality, I did actually try plugging in a USB Ethernet adapter into the Seestar to see if it did anything with it, and it didn't. I was hope against hope that if I just plugged it in, I'm like, that would be nice if it just kind of worked. Now there's people who root theirs, where they kind of break into it, or not break into it, but they kind of get shell access to it. And then, so if you have that, theoretically, you could turn on the Ethernet and kind of have more control over it. Yeah, 12 pair. Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, I do have a lot of. I don't know what grade it is, but I do have like Cat 5, 6. I don't know. So it would run gigabit. I mean, it does run gigabit. I have patched one cord through, and it handles gigabit no problem. It's just a matter of me doing it, kind of. And the problem is, it's like in one of my kids' rooms, and so I need to. I asked them to clean it and to clear a path so I can get into the closet to rewire it. But anyway, that's more detail than you probably needed. But but yeah. So speaking of network cable or fiber, like I was surprised at how cheap some of the really high speed stuff is now. Like 100 gigabit is a lot cheaper than I realized, or it's gotten a lot cheaper than I realized. I mean, it's not anything I'm going to have at my home, but I was surprised at how, like, it's not like thousands of dollars per per port. It's like a fraction of that. And so I was actually surprised that it had dropped that much. Granted, I hadn't been in that kind of, I never was in that biz, but I was adjacent to people who cared about that stuff, so it was kind of a surprise. Um, I was very surprised. Yeah, 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 like the transceivers and stuff. Like again, it's been a while since I'd looked at it, and I was just shocked that, I mean, 10 gigabit is not too expensive, but I was surprised that the faster stuff it has dropped so much in price. Um, and yeah, I mean, I've even seen it on some tech YouTube channels where they're talking about how cheap transceivers and fiber. And then the other thing I didn't realize is, again, this is going off on a different tangent, outside of astronomy, but I was surprised at, or I guess I wasn't aware, because I knew that was always a problem with like the high speed networking. It's like once you got to a certain point, you had to go to fiber, and that was I've worked in, not quite data centers. I've worked in server rooms that had fiber, a lot of fiber, and I guess I didn't realize that they had come out with the direct attach copper cords where I mean, for short distances, the twin axe or something. I didn't even know that. I mean, it made sense, but I didn't realize that stuff had become so cheap and that you could still have full speed. Anyway, that's kind of off in the weeds, but I'm it it wouldn't be worth me going beyond like gig, maybe 10 gigabit, because I just don't have anything that like could go that fast, or the kind of stuff I need to move around isn't, like, I'm not, I mean, I guess if I was doing a lot of video editing over a NAS, I probably want to have 10 gig ever, but I don't generally. I usually have an SSD plugged right into the computer, and so I don't need it. Um, Again, it's annoying that that the chat ends up way behind. Hi, Darwin, and by the way, thanks for joining, or joining, becoming a member. Sorry, was up way too late last night, and my brain's was already starting at a low point. Secondary Wi-Fi router. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, I was kind of that was basically what I was thinking of doing. I think, it's just a matter of clearing a path to the place where I need to do the wiring, and it's been it's not that hard, but it's been a few years since I did any patch stuff. Yeah, network analyzer. You know, I no, I didn't have access to it. I worked at a place where I had access to some equipment, and they were cool with, like, borrow it to take it home kind of thing. Um, yeah, yeah, it's signal strength is ultimately my issue. So I need to get some kind of access point closer to the telescopes, and I'll, just to avoid them accidentally joining up here. I think I'm gonna move them. Like, I'll set it up on a new SSID and move the telescopes over to the new SSID so they don't accidentally connect to the wrong access point. Um, this is slow. I feel like this has been going more than 2.5 minutes. There must be a lot of failures. Um, is That's a good point. Software network analyzers. Right. Hadn't even thought of that. I mean, there's so much. Not that I'm out of the loop. It's just the stuff I was working on, I didn't need to deal with some of that. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Try that. I wonder. Let me see. I want to see real quick if I can get to this. So this is was Methuselah on the other one, and I'm doing M15, which is M space 15. Okay, so it's on the other one. And again, unfortunately, because I have two telescopes, two Seestars on the same network, and they both are advertising the same name, I have to basically connect. I mean, it's not that hard. I just have to connect by IP. So again, this isn't necessarily. These are problems that most people don't have to deal with. So it's 251. Like I like having two Seestars, but it certainly has complicated some things. Why isn't it? Sometimes I get frustrated with the this interface. Okay, 251. Why isn't it connecting? Uh, 251. Maybe I need to add. Oh, okay. GUI. Okay, let me try this again. Connect to server. Okay, connect. Will it connect? Basically, I'm trying to connect to the other Seestar over the network, or over to connect to the other Seestar on its file server. 5e Cat 6, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what kind of cable I have in my house. It might be 5e. But that's fine. I mean, like, again, for the Seestars, I don't need anything too fast. Why, oh why is it not wanting me to connect? Oh, okay. I had to exit a couple of times. The dialogue. Okay. Okay. That was painful. All right. Basically, I was trying to force a connection to the other Seestar because I wanted to pull up these failed frames to see why it keeps failing. Oh, darn it. You know what it is? This is M15, right? No? No, I'm not. Am I doing M15? I'm doing M15. Why would that be failing? Like it's like I'll have issues where I get these kind of stack failures if something's particularly high in the sky, or if I've got, some weird obstructions, but I have none of that right now. It's not particularly high in the sky. Yeah, it's not that high in the sky. I mean, it is making some progress, but not kind of the progress I would like it to make. Very strange. Yeah. Oh yeah, Wireshark. I actually was using Wireshark recently. I was using it recently. Okay, so it was that was an interesting thing. Speaking of Wireshark, I did actually I may have been looking at traffic between my laptop and the Seestar, and I was seeing a lot of retransmissions. And I think it was because of the signal so bad. Anyway. Yeah. Well, so that's the interesting thing about frame dropping. So this doesn't tell you. I mean, it'll just say it dropped frames. That's why I was trying to get to the network drive because I have a setting turned on where it will save failed frames. Um, but the telemetry that comes out of the Seestar, it's actually telling the front end how many frames it's gotten and how many failed frames it's gotten. But the app doesn't expose that. But I was talking to someone who's also working on the Seestar ALP software that I was like as part of that status of like when an image started calculating started going, not just the start and end time. I was like we should put I was thinking we should put the stats on there where it's like when did it how many frames have succeeded and how many have failed, because that could be helpful if you're watching it and you can see kind of like you start getting a lot of failures. um, but that's why I'm trying to get to the network drive here. Okay, that finally loaded. So I am on M15, and see, I haven't imaged M15 here, so you only see the subframe directory. It's going to take a while, but once it does, we should be able to see. It'll show all the subframes and including the failed ones. So we'll kind of get a handle on how many are failing. Okay, here we go. So here's all the successful ones. And there's a 204. So yeah, look at how many failed. Look at how many of these have failed. So like half of them have failed. Let's see if we can figure out why it failed. And again, it takes way too long to load, but what NASA am I running? I have a Synology NAS. Nothing too crazy. Not a super expensive one, just kind of a fairly basic one. Okay. So this is one of the failed frames. I guess it's because it's a little oblong. Well, not a little. I guess because the stars are oblong. And I wonder if it's because, like, yeah. One thing I didn't do is I didn't go in and manually change the dither setting, because yeah, I don't know if that's the problem. Like if it's when it's trying to dither, if it gets kind of in a stuck where it's kind of drifting, I don't know. But I've thought about once this is done, maybe I should stop it. Ugh. I mean, it is making progress, but it is having a lot of failures. SH254. So right now I'm imaging M15. I've been doing a bunch of different things, but again, I have bad Bortle. I have Bortle 9, so I'm kind of and bad visibility. So I'm always trying to. It's a struggle sometimes, but at this exact moment, I'm doing M15, as you see on the screen, and this is just stacking by default in the Seestar itself. And then the other telescope, the other Seestar is imaging kind of a mosaic of the Deerlick group, which is Galaxy Cluster, and Stevens Quintet, which is also Galaxy Cluster nearby. And so I'm trying to do a mosaic of both of them. And that one, I mean, it's kind of this Seestar is doing its own stacking, but I'll probably restack it in Serial, because that's what I've been doing all my stacking in. But I've thought about trying out something different, like Deep Sky Stacker or something else. I mean, this is making progress. It's just painfully slow. But let me look at this SH, because I'm always curious, and a lot of times when people mention, the targets they're looking at, I like looking it up, because even if I can't, even if I won't get to it today, it gives me ideas for future live streams. Yeah, it's obstructed. Actually, can I see this one at all? Okay. Oh, it's just north of the Eagle. Let me turn on this view. Oh, that would be cool. I'll make a note of that, because I wanna try that another night. Future ideas for SH254. Scary face. So dark frames. The Seestar itself does its own internal dark frames. I don't explicitly do any other calibration frames. I should probably try it at some point. I know there are people with Seestars who shoot calibration frames, but I haven't on my Seestar. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just takes a lot of exposure time to get results. Yeah, I don't know if it's if it's wind. It might be. It could be. Although let me see what the conditions are like here. The wind's not, there's not much wind. So I don't know if it's that, or like sometimes the Seestar gets in weird kind of, I don't know if it's a problem when it's dithering and then the mount, or it's just the tracking. Maybe there's some play in the mount, in the mechanism. There also was, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but like sometimes you go to a target and it just, you start the exposure, and right off the bat, the frames are failing, and you'll see the live preview and it's like drifting, like the telescope is either not tracking or something, or it's still trying to find the target, but yet it's trying to take photos, and so they all end up trailed, and then sometimes it gets itself out of that mode, and other times it just keeps failing. And I've had it where I had to go into the app and manually pick, or just like go in, like I'll go in to the Atlas, the Sky Atlas, and I'll just like drag it a bit and then hit go to, just to kind of move it slightly, and then that forces it to replate solve. And then sometimes that kind of gets it out of that mode. And sometimes I'll just move it a very tiny amount and say go to, and it just, I don't know, like it's unclear if it's, I think that is a bug or something. I don't know what it is, but I'm not the only one who's run into it, I think. Yeah, because I looked on a ZWO forum, and it seemed like it was a known issue. Yeah. RV Goat, are you running the 2.0 version of the app, or are you running an older version? I've turned off updates on mine for now until I kind of get a handle on the 2.0 release. Okay. Okay, you get the trailing all the time too. Yeah, it's weird. But it's frustrating. But well, it is making progress. It's up to 9.5 minutes. Okay, you're running the 2.0. I've seen that before, where I was getting kind of these failures. Like I do an update and I started having failures. I know I started getting it's not my current issue with the Wi-Fi, but I had some issues with just connecting to the telescope from my phone. And there was a bug that they ended up introducing, and they fixed it with a patch release soon afterwards. But it seems like ever since I've had, basically I had the telescope, both of the Seestars, for months, and I never had to like reset the Wi-Fi by pushing the button underneath. But after that bug happened, where they had to do the emergency patch on the front end of the app, ever since then I feel like I mean I don't want to say I feel like I've had to reset the Wi-Fi more than once, and the circumstances were similar to the issue I had with the bug, where I have the telescope running in station mode where it's on my home network, and I can't connect to it over my home network. And when I try to connect directly to it, it kind of just is in this mode of like where it doesn't fail, but it doesn't succeed either, where it says connecting. Like after it does the Bluetooth, it goes tries to connect over Wi-Fi, and it just hangs. And I've tried different things, but it all came down to I just didn't want to spend too much time troubleshooting, because like I would fix it by resetting the Wi-Fi, and it kind of was a pain, or it is a pain. I feel like it's been ever since then. It's been kind of a little off. Yeah, Guinness Book for failed frames. There was somebody in one of the Discord servers. He had let something go for like 2 hours, and I think he said he got like 10 minutes of data from it. I'm like, that is rough. That is so rough. I haven't had that. I haven't had it that bad, but that is bad. Okay, so we're up to 11 minutes. Let me see. Let's see what the network drive looks like. Yeah, yeah. It looks like, yeah, over half failed, maybe, or maybe around half. Yeah, not great. Not great. And I have no idea why either. Like, it doesn't seem like it's not particularly high in the sky, but like these failed frames. Let me pull up another one. Ah, I didn't mean to do the thumbnail. Let me pick just a random one. Oh, and then just for a little variation, this one is trailing to the side. Oh, fantastic. Let's see if I can pull this one up. And this one is trailing to the side. Yeah, so, yeah. Don't know. You know, it is funny because there were some people who got some really neat results, and that was some people were saying, you know, maybe just, but no, I mean, people were doing imaging with no connection, and it was able to get good results. And yeah, it like, yeah, it's not doing that. It's not, although, you know, it's good to be skeptical, because like, what was that thing? Was it with the Samsung phones where like the photos of the moon were a little too good? Was that the one? Was that what it was? It was something like, what was it? Actually, I've been talking, and I forget that the other one was running. Is the Mosaic still running on that one? Yeah, it's still running. I mean, this was an hour and a half, so yeah, okay. It's probably going to run till, but now that it's after midnight, now is some of the other targets I was going to image are starting to get kind of where I might be able to image them. I mean, it is making progress. This is making progress. It's just not. Not great progress, but it's progress nevertheless. Um, yeah, the go to and sync. I mean, I have had that where like the horizontal calibration failed and it seemed like that was a factor, but then like this, the kind of the slippage trailing thing. Um, I don't know what hour and a half, 20 good frames. Yeah. Yeah, it's, like I say, I haven't had anything quite so pathological, but I have seen people where they've had really high failure rates. Um, oops, let me bring this up. But yeah, it failed just as if on. Hi there. Hi, Don. Have I had any experience putting a filter in front of the objective to cut light pollution? No. Um, I have not, but I have thought about it. I have. I mean, of course, the Seestar has a light pollution filter itself, but I have I have thought about putting a 2-inch filter on the front of it. Like people have adapters, 3D printed adapters where you can take a 2-inch filter or even a 1.5-inch filter and attach it to the front of the Seestar. And I have thought about doing that. I have a specific filter. I own a specific filter that I've thought about doing it with, but um, the only concern I have is like, will the image be too dim? Like, will the image be too dim to where for it to track correctly? Um, or yeah, I mean but I need to just try it. I need to try it because I am kind of curious how. Yeah, I would. Is there a filter for Bortle 9? I would probably if there was 100% filter for Portal 9, I would totally buy that. But like the narrow, what is it, like the very narrow band filters, some of those seem to people get pretty good results from Portal 9 with those kind of filters. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Actually, I can check that. I could check the level. Um, Balance sensor is 2.5 degrees. That's terrible. And this one is 3 degrees. Yikes. And that's the other thing where like I don't know if there's play in the system where I'll kind of adjust it where it's less than a degree from perfectly aligned, um, and then I'll have it pan to some other area, and then suddenly it'll say no, it's not. It's no longer level, and I'm like that's it. It's very strange, and I yeah. Meteor shower later this week. Which one is that? Um, I mean, again, I'm kind of the problem is I have bad skies and bad visibility. Shows how out of the loop I am. Perseus, of course. Where is where is that going to be in my sky? I assume Perseus, but this will show me the. Uh, Actually, what I want to do is turn off. Just want to see what the radiant is. Yeah, so it's there. And which Okay, so it's just barely coming up for me at this. Oh no, that was an hour ago. Okay, it's up. The radiant is up for me, or it's not obstructed. I mean, yeah, for like a meteor shower, I mean, the meteors can happen. I mean, what I usually, I, I mean, if you're going to take photos of it, you need something really wide angle. I mean, I watched a lot of meteor showers over the years where I just put like a blanket on the ground and just laid on the blanket looking up at the sky, for an extended period of time to try to take it all in, take it in. Um, cause you could, yeah. I mean, that's usually what I ended up doing, or I'd take, I'd get like an SLR lens and have a very wide field of view. Now I've seen some cool things where people have used like, especially the new low light mirrorless cameras, like Sony cameras, where they'll do videos of it, and yeah, but again with a wide angle lens, but they'll do a video, and and you'll see like meteors. It's pretty cool. Um, yeah, Portal. The problem is, Portal. Yeah, it's a trade-off. I like the convenience of where I live. It's just not convenient for astronomy. And part of it, then I have thought about like, well, maybe not Portal 1, but anything less than Portal 9, maybe a Portal 4, you know, move to some place like an exurb of the city, instead of being kind of in the middle of it. Yeah, the filter for Portal 4 is get in the car until the skies get darker. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. All sky cameras are good for meteors. I have seen that. I have seen that. And I know there were instructions, like there's what is it, the meteor observation. Let me look at that. I just want to see. Yeah, we're up to 16 minutes. It's making slow progress. Um, but what was it? What was it? All sky camera meteor. Uh, yeah, the all sky meteor surveillance. Was this the one? I don't know if it was this one or another one, but where basically they had instructions on not just any all sky camera, uh, uh, like it wasn't general all sky camera. It was how to, like what how to best build an all sky camera that could be used for measurement of meteors, so they can triangulate, uh, where, especially if you get like a, not just a, well, I mean, I guess it could be useful to triangulate a meteor, but if you have like something that is particularly bright that's going to, makes it to the ground, then you can measure. But, oh, this one's big. uh, this wasn't the one I was thinking of, maybe, but it was like, but yeah, it was like a citizen science kind of one where they had instructions on how to build the all sky camera to best capture um, meteors. Uh, but that's actually, I need to make a note of that. I that's like, I think of things and then I forget about it, and then people mention things on the stream, and I appreciate it, because then I'm like, oh yeah, meteor. Because I want to find those instructions again, because I was thinking of making one of those all sky cameras that could measure, that could be used for triangulating, but I wouldn't run it from my house, because of the horrible obstructions. I would put it somewhere else, um, where the skies were more conducive to being able, you'd be able to see more of the sky. Not, you'd be able to see all of the sky instead of just a tiny bit of the sky. Mr. Django, good morning from Belgium. Good morning and good evening. Yeah, it's late here, but I'm still going, and I'm good. I'm not planning on stopping immediately. I've got things I want to try to image. Yeah, I need to find that one again, but it was kind of cool. Like they were going into like specific like there's many ways to build an all sky camera, but they had like some very specific suggestions to optimize for science. Yeah. Yeah. The the important thing is the lenses. Yeah. I mean, like I've got a I mean it's nothing like super special, but what I'm using for this is the HQ the Raspberry Pi HQ camera, and yeah, the lens makes a huge difference. I mean, this is another one I have. I actually have it's a C mount lens, um, and I've actually thought about you can. I have an adapter where I can actually attach a Canon lens. Do I have it? No, I don't have it. I have it somewhere around, but basically I have an adapter for this sensor where I can attach Canon EOS lenses to it, which is kind of cool. And you can get really good image quality, and you get a lot of flexibility with that too. And it helps if you have Canon lenses sitting around. Um, yeah, the night of, yeah, it's funny, not funny. um, okay, me, oops. Uh, I think that sounds familiar. Oh, oh, these are cool. I think I have seen these. Yeah, I think I have seen these. That's cool. But yeah, I want to build. I do want to do an all sky camera for like monitoring of or the one that can be used with other people's all sky cameras to triangulate the meteors. But I also want to try to kind of uh, improve the one I already have. Um, of course, it's useful. It's useful from being able to see clouds point of view, but it's kind of limited utility. I shouldn't say limited utility. It's very useful, but it kind of bums me out that I can't see much of the sky for many reasons, but also like the all sky, I don't get like the neat fisheye star trail kind of effect that a lot of people get with theirs, just because I don't see that much of the sky. Yeah. Yeah, it was disconcerting. Of I had taken a photo, and I think the moon was out, and I don't know if it was my wife or somebody was like looking at the photo, and they were like, "Oh, when did you take that photo during the day?" And I'm like, "That wasn't it. That was at night, because the sky was blue in the photo." And I'm just like, "No, that was at night. That was at night." Um, because the camera kept the shutter open long enough that the sky ended up blue. I mean, not this shade of blue, but like almost like daytime blue. Oh well. But I mean, again, I think it's not always this way. I think a big part of my problem right now is this. The transparency is horrible right now. Like it's really horrible. Like we have so much, we have like a lot of dust in the atmosphere. It's like Saharan dust. Yeah, turn the flash off. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, turn off the flash. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's the useful thing, about these live streams is, if I get a decent result, it shows that if I can get a decent result for something, anybody can get a decent result. And also, maybe it makes people feel better about their sky conditions when they see how bad mine are. Um, yeah, because yeah, I've had people say, "Oh yeah, I have all this light pollution. I'm like Bortle 4," and I'm like, that would be nice if I was Bortle 4. I would love to be Bortle 4. Like, I didn't I didn't see the Milky Way until I was a teenager, I think, because like I'd been in darker areas, but I hadn't, we're doing a car trip, and I hadn't just gone out in the parking lot and looked up at the sky, and then finally deliberately went someplace, and I'm like, wow, this is what people talk about that I can never see. You say radio telescope, but it was funny. There was a time where it's one of those things on YouTube. You like look at one video and you start getting suggestions, and it was like an amateur radio telescope video, and then I started getting these other suggestions. Um, and yeah, it was. I have actually thought that we were having so much rain and cloud issues, and one thing, depending on what I guess a lot of the radio telescope stuff goes through works through clouds, uh, and I was thinking, boy, maybe I should take up radio astronomy to see through all the rain and muck in the sky. Yeah, the radio star. I love that. I like that. Gotta have the ZWO radio star. Um, but yeah, do some radio astronomy. The only problem is the resolution's really low. I mean, for stuff that would be achievable. Um, what was it? I did not know there's a Society of Amateur Radio Astronomers. Less than $200? What? What? I wonder, like SDR, the software defined radio. I wonder if they use some of that for the receiver. You can use it for observation of Jupiter storms. Wow. Okay, this is a rabbit hole. um, Online class that allows the use of a 20 meter radio telescope. What? Yeah, yeah, software defined radio. Yeah, I have an SDR receiver, but it's not like it's one of the real cheap ones. I should look into that. There was a time where I had some. I didn't make the antennas, but I had acquired a few radio antennas for like long range Wi-Fi. Hmm. And so I'm somewhat familiar with some of them. Okay, that's a rabbit hole. I need to look at if that mosaic is done. Bed spring on a mount. Yeah, I mean it's a conductor. Or yeah. Let me let me see what this is doing. What am I doing? Okay, let me go look at the all sky. And okay, that one's still running. The scheduler is running, so that one mosaic is still running. Um, this is where having the status update would be helpful. Um, but let me see. So this is running. God, more failures. But it's up to 23 minutes. I mean, that's something. And this is zoomed in, but yeah, and honestly, like I've had reasonable results by, I mean, I haven't done it on all the globulars clusters I've taken photos of, but I have tried drizzling them to try to get things a little crisper. But yeah, we want images. So let me see what I can do. So that Stevens Quintet and the Deerlick group. Actually, let me see if I can find that one. And it is, I mean, the feedback is helpful. I do want people to watch this and be, you know, and return on subsequent nights. Let me see. So that I don't want to close that one out. So let me open another tab. Let me look at this. Okay, let's see what we got here. So I had done, the reason there's already stacked directories is because I had done this yesterday as well. So let me see. Yeah, HAL 9000. Show me the show me the photo. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't let you do that. Or I can't do that, Dave. One of my favorite movies, honestly, but that's golly. Okay, here. What? Oh. Yeah, see, this is one of those things where I just need a lot of data. So let me look at the other panel. I mean, there's some of these targets where I've, there's 183 frames here, so that's half an hour of data. I mean, I've, like this one I took of, where do I find it? Okay. Like these are highly overcooked, but, and this one's kind of overcooked, but like this photo, like I need to reprocess it to try to get rid of some of the noise, but I did do a drizzle on this one, a 2x drizzle, but this was like 4.5 hours of data from my, it is, that is like one of the weirdest names, but I'm like, oops. Yeah, so here's the main galaxy in the Deerlick group. And then there's a few other ones, but like this was with half an hour of data, and so this is one of the ones where I think I'm going to have to get a few hours for each panel to really get the results I want from this. And again, it's just bad seeing, and just to get enough signal to noise where I can actually get something. But globular clusters, luckily, there's always globular clusters. Yeah, I need, well, I have thought about, well, yeah, anyway, but the drizzle helps with the, with some of it. So what now? So this is still going. What was I going to image? that might be visible now. Oh, um, let me bring up my list. Let's see. The giant behemoth. I wonder if the giant behemoth is visible. Or is it already too late? NGC 6907. I might actually be able to do the giant behemoth galaxy. Although that's going to be so small, that's almost like a disappointment. Like what would be interesting to look at from my that would be bright enough to get anything in a sensible amount of time. Because I feel like the giant behemoth won't produce much. Just because it's so, yeah, giant behemoth is small. Which definitely sounds like a joke, but giant behemoth, maybe the sun. Well, we did that earlier. We had the sun on earlier, but courtesy of Seiko. But yeah, what was it? I've got the problem is a lot of these targets. I just need to take hours of data to get anything sensible from them. Bernard's. I mean, even the Fishhead Nebula takes a long time to get anything decent. And the problem is like like a lot of the interesting targets in the Milky Way that are bright are kind of out of view for me. I mean, and even the Andromeda core takes a while to get anything. I mean, the Heart Nebula. Yeah, ask Seestar what you can. I mean, let me look at the catalog and see what it claims is the best for tonight. Maybe it'll give me some ideas. Although that said, yeah. Yeah. I mean, drizzle is like a function of it's a feature. It would be a feature in whatever you're using to process your images. So if you're using PixInsight, the implementation in Cyril isn't bad, but it's better in the newer version. I mean the development version. See, the problem is like the Heart Nebula, Baby Nebula, these are low brightness targets. And then one thing I did here is I looked at like I'll look at this dialogue in Stellarium or this thing in Stellarium, and I can look up bright variables, clusters of galaxies, deep skis. What H2 regions? What is this one? Yeah. I mean, the North American Nebula is like the brightest one, but even then it's like some parts of it I have a hard time getting decent amount of data, especially when the skies are like this with low transparency. And like Messier, Open Star Cluster, Little Dumbbell, M76 and M27. Yeah, like open star clusters and globulars. I haven't, Seiko. Sorry. I was so preoccupied last night with trying to get images out of this live stack out of Seestar. Double cluster in Perseus. Which one is that? Do you know the NGC number on that one? That no, see it's so low for me right now. Yeah. It's my skies suck. Just in so many different ways. Um but yeah, let's go back to the Seestar and see what it says. It says it's failing, that's what it says. Oh, we got up to half an hour of data. Yeah, it's not nothing. Um yeah. Yeah. Um Let me see, what am I looking at? Okay. Uh Current best. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sick. Uh, okay. Okay. I think I got. I think I understand. Well, I don't know if I understand, but I think I know where you're headed with that, or where you were headed with. Yeah. Um. Maybe nebula. Is there any veil? Crescent. Those are good. Those are bright ones. Although the veil is too high. It's at 86 degrees, I think. Let me make sure that I've noticed the Seestar app sometimes caches like the time, and so the altitude's wrong. But um, no, that's right. So that's too high because the crescent is almost gone. It's pretty high too, but it's not. It might be doable. And where's the dumbbell nebula? I'm just trying to figure out what would be the best to try, because I know which ones have produced lackluster results. Um, yeah, because the problem is a lot of these are no longer visible. I need to do the cat's paw at some point. Um, where's the? I'll try the crescent. We'll see. We'll go for it. We'll see what happens. Oh, right. Yeah. Switch objects. Forgot I was already still imaging on that one. Yeah. So actually, now I'm like, oops. Gotta. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I should have gotten it. I should have understood. Um, is that an auto? Do I have an auto stretch on that? That is really neat. Sorry, I'm looking at something off screen here. Wow. That is cool. Wow. What is... Sorry. Sorry, Seiko, I was just looking at the image. Oh, it's not recording. Or it's not capturing. So let's start. Kick that off. Don't tell me it's going to try to... Okay, good. I thought, hopefully it's not going to try to horizontally calibrate. Double cluster right in the middle of the stellarium view. Oh. Wait, not this view, right? Yeah. You're shooting the veil in Witch's Broom earlier. Yeah, it's... I mean, the veil is like anything above 85 degrees, I think the Seestar won't even go to. And yeah, I've had issues with tracking when it starts getting even fairly close to that. Yeah. Why does it do this? I have to have tilt problems. But yeah, yeah, I don't know where is that double cluster. Yeah, see, now this is good. We barely kicked this off and already can see the crescent. I mean, at least part of it. It's very noisy though, but I mean, it's good because I need to get more data from this target anyway. Yeah, I keep doing that. I'm trying to command tab off off screen, and I end up going to the wrong program. What I did want to do is go back here. Okay. That mosaic is finally done. Let me see if is that right? I did that. Did I do it on a different scope yesterday? Or is this from... Wait a second. Yeah, this was from tonight. And then I did the deer like yesterday for about the same amount of time. So yeah, I need to process these, and I figure I'm probably going to have to get a few hours on each on both panels. And then I'll combine it all to try to get some okay result. And so this is done. So I could, even though it's not anything we can monitor at this point, I am going to go ahead and kick off my other mosaic for Andromeda, and I'm going to do the full one, which is 2 hours. Yeah, and I'll just go ahead and start that. I mean, it's 2 hours for the whole mosaic, but it's 9 panels, so each one is only 800 seconds. So yeah, just under 15 minutes per panel. So really, I I've already done this mosaic a few times, and I want to get at least an hour or two per panel, maybe more. So that's running, and I'm manually controlling this one. And how much longer? So this is this is Crescent Nebula, also known as the Ear Nebula. I always love these alternate names here. How much longer? I might be able to get. We'll see. At some point, it's going to start failing in the next half hour because it's going to be going behind another building. But that's okay. So, the 16 elves. Yeah, well, you know. I mean, some people do like crazy long exposures with some targets. Like or with the Seestars where people will do kind of mega stacks where they'll take like a bunch of people will contribute data and they'll have like tens of hours or maybe even hundreds of hours of data. Yeah, and yeah, they'll process that and then combine with doing drizzle and some pix inside foo, they'll end up with something really pretty impressive. Granted, it's a lot of data to get there, but which is sometimes what I've tried to do with the Seestar, like with some of the targets where I'll get a bunch of hours of data. But unfortunately, I can't get usually that much per night because of it ends up things go behind buildings too quickly for me. So I'll get half an hour of data per night. So it'll take days to get enough hours of data. And sometimes I try to make that faster by using both telescopes at the same time on the same target. But yeah, I just really need to. Yeah, I've seen people where they've mounted their Seestars to like their roof. I should probably consider doing that because then I'd be able to image. I'd get more hours of usable or more. I'd get a lot better sky visibility because all the buildings are about the same height in this area. So if I was on the roof, if it was on the roof, it would be above. It would be at the equal level to all the other roofs. So I could get most of the sky. But yeah. There's logistical problems with that, of course. Attaching something to the roof. Yeah. Biggest Seestar stack is just over 7 hours. Yeah, I mean, I think that's similar for me. I think I have gotten. I don't know if I've gotten up to 10 hours on a single target. I think I have. I'm trying to remember. I've had several where I'll get up to about a few hours, but then I have other issues. So like I can only see it during this narrow window in the sky, and when you factor in weather problems like rain or issues like the moon, where maybe I'm not getting as much data, and then by the time the conditions are favorable again, the object, I can't even image the object anymore because it's kind of rotated. Like it's now by sunset, by the end of twilight, it's already kind of blocked by a building, and it will be for the rest of the night. And so I'll start accumulating a few hours of data, and then I'm done for the year, or done for quite a few months until it's like visible in the morning sky, which is again one of the reasons why the Seestar automation I've been kind of I need to be more um, aggressive about using it for all night sessions, because then I can start imaging things that are in the early morning, and then have more opportunities to image it before it kind of gets to the early evening sky and then kind of is blocked. Oh, speaking of blocked, so here's a real time artifact. Look at the bottom of the frame here, and watch it update. Notice how it's getting darker here. It's because it's live stacking, but the it's starting to get obstructed by a building, and so you'll see it's just steadily getting darker and darker because it's the roof line is kind of averaging into it, and it's still stacking it because it still has enough stars to match on. So it just totally ends up messing up the final stack, the out of telescope stack, which is fixable if you stack it outside of stack it in Cyril or something. Then you can at least skip those frames. But yeah, I'm just letting it run because it's kind of it's just eating the image. And I wonder at what, and it's funny because it's still succeeding on the live stack. I wonder at what point it's just going to completely fail. So it's kind of an experiment. See at what point it just starts failing. But yeah, imagine kicking off a live stack. Or I mean, kicking off a session, letting it go, and then I let it go just a little bit too long, and then the final result looks like junk. But since I reprocess everything anyway, it's not a big deal, but kind of funny. But yeah, you can really see it's like, yeah, it's getting darker and darker. Okay, so what next? So we got the crescent. Now what? I've got the mosaic going. So let me see what other bright things we could view. Let me go to the current time. Yeah, and I mean this roof line isn't necessarily accurate, and plus I may have measured it from a slightly different location, so since I have two telescopes going. Like some of these are potentially interesting. Cocoon. Wizard Nebula. I have a feeling that's not going to be bright enough. Oh, here's double cluster. Double cluster, double cluster. There we go. Let's do that. We'll do double cluster, double cluster. Oh, nice. That looks nice. Okay. I want to write this down. Just I'm going to do it now, but I want to write it down for so I know what I imaged tonight. I mean, I can always figure it out, but I still end up writing it down. Okay. So I'm going to try this upper one, NGC 869. It's funny. Look, the crescent's almost like disappeared now because it's stacked so much of the roof. And if I stop it, you'll really see. Yeah. Yeah. It is not doing well. So we'll do, I always do this. I do it every time NGC 869. Okay. And go. And move over here. Let's move there. And move there. And do this. I mean, you can kind of, and that's the other thing. Like, it's bright, like, but you can barely see any stars in this. With a 5-second exposure. Like, there's a few stars, but not a whole lot. Um, yeah. Okay. Oh, so one thing I want to do is possibly reframe this just to try to get these a little bit better. Since it centered it on one of them, I want to try to split the difference here. And then it should be a little bit better. I wonder what the conditions are going to be like here. Okay. Okay, that looks good. I can see a cluster here, so let's go ahead and start it. Kind of curious what it looks like tomorrow will be good. I don't know if I'll do a live stream tomorrow, or if I do, I might do it Twitch only. I don't know. I go back and forth on that. But unfortunately, if you look, like the transparency is just abysmal. The seeing isn't bad, but the transparency is terrible. Tuesday looks like it might be promising too. Yeah. And actually, it looks like Thursday, Friday too. Huh. I mean, we're kind of in this weather pattern where it's clear, hazy, hot. Oh, that's nice. That was a good suggestion, the double cluster. Thanks. Thanks for that. Yeah, they do. It helps bring out the I mean, it does bring out more detail. I mean, it depends. Generally, I guess it would depend on what you're imaging. It if the image is or what kind of thing are you imaging? If it's a nebula, you can bring out kind of fainter details with longer exposures, depending on how bright your sky is or what conditions you're shooting in. Like if you're shooting in when the moon's up, you do get better kind of signal to noise where there's less kind of graininess to the image. Like it tends to get it, like the more you average, basically you're averaging out the noise. So you get, the signal is better, stronger. And so, yeah, like Orion Nebula. I mean, I've shot, you get good results in Bortle 9 in a few minutes. But I've taken multi-hour exposures and like the image as a whole is pretty smooth, like not a lot of graininess. But it's a trade-off. Like if you want, like it requires, you have to do the full manual processing, and you might have challenges if you have weird gradients depending on how much time you shot the image. But it does produce. But it, you know, in some cases it's more like diminishing returns. You don't. Um, yeah, but it can be worth it. It can be worth it, and especially if you have something where it's like grainy. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. So like in the case of Orion, um, the Orion Nebula, where kind of the core region, the trapezium, like people will. I mean, even with like normal photographic rigs or telescopes, they'll shoot kind of shorter exposures, or shorter amount of time for the core of it, the trapezium area, and then kind of a lot more for kind of the rest of the nebula, and then they'll kind of composite the two together so they kind of get a nice exposed area without blowing out any section. Um, yeah. I mean, I guess it can. I mean, it depends on which nebulas you're imaging. And like I say, it's diminishing returns. Like if you look at the photos you have, and you see kind of, especially in kind of the fainter areas, like, or the mid to faint parts of the nebula, if you see kind of grainy texture in there, um, shooting for longer will help with that. Um, that said, sometimes, you know, I mean, it's not scientifically accurate but from an aesthetic point of view, if you run it through a denoiser and the results are good enough, then maybe you don't need to get any more data. Um, yeah, I mean, M16 is great that way, where fairly quickly you get a lot of detail in the core, with the pillars of creation, and you don't necessarily need to go too long with that. That said, let me see if I can pull up a result that isn't terrible. Trying to remember how I even processed this one. I need to reprocess this one with more data. This one was an hour and a half of data. Like, I was trying to get some more of the nebulosity out here, and I want to get more of the nebulosity here, and so I want to have a lot more data for that one. But yeah, the pillars of creation turned out pretty, like, it shows up pretty quickly. But yeah, especially this area, um, and like there's some noise in here that I think, and this was, I mean, it's Bortle 9. It was an hour and a half. Uh, but I've wanted to get, I mean, especially if I just kind of kick it off and let it run on multiple nights, um, I would like to get up to at least 3 to 5 hours of data for this, to just try to bring out more detail down here and up here, because there's already a decent amount of detail here, and it's pretty smooth in here in the bright parts, but trying to kind of bring out more detail in the darker parts. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, I like answering. I like helping, and I ramble a lot too. But it's late. But yeah, I like I like, and then like this one of Andromeda. I need to reprocess this one, but it was 6.5 hours of data. And one thing I did notice is that, like, in shorter exposures, a lot of the fainter areas were very. I'm not happy with that one, but a lot of the fainter areas were grainy, or noisy, and so as I got up to like several hours of data, it started getting smoothing out. Um, but yeah, this is coming along nicely. 3 minutes of data. And that's not bad. I am okay. That's what I was. I'm like juggling windows here, and the problem is, like, I have two browser windows, one here and one on the other monitor. And if I want to look at the chat, I try to bring it, but then it brings this window up. So, um, cleaning up gradients. It could sometimes make. I mean, for me, a lot of times it makes the gradients worse because it's like the gradient is. I mean, it could be like the sky brightness, and if I'm doing it over multiple nights, the gradient ends up like all kinds of. It ends up weird. Um, yeah, yeah. That's why I'm having a hard time answering that because, like, yeah, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say yes to helping with the gradients. The gradients are, like I say, I've found that it, depending on how I process it, it could make the gradients harder. Especially if I just process everything together, the gradients might end up being like all kinds of, yeah, all kinds of angles, or not angles, but yeah, it just ends up problematic. um, but it does help with the noise. Oh, hey, hey, you're back, and I'm still here too. um, yeah, yeah, I'm shooting double cluster right now. Yeah, it it is a clear sky for me, but the problem is the transparency is terrible. Probably like Saharan dust, I think, was the I don't know if it's Saharan dust at this point. I know we've had problems with the Saharan dust. Um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, it is funny because I've you'll see people say, "Oh yeah, M42. It's like it's a great beginner um, nebula to photograph or to image," and it's like, yeah, like you can get a result quickly, but if you're trying to get like the core and you want to get some of the more of the extended area in one image, yeah, and so yeah, I've seen people where they say, yeah, M42 is not really necessarily the best one for beginners because it's I mean you get nice results quickly, but the processing to get some of the results some people get, it is, yeah, challenging. um yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, Mr. Django, bye, have a good evening. Oops. uh it's you just need more exposures, or like people do short exposures, but it's like if a person's really a beginner, I mean, yeah, I mean, saying, okay, you've got you expose for two different areas and then composite them, or what, I mean, it yeah, it's maybe not as straightforward as some people might think it is. I guess that's the point, I guess, is that it can be more of a rabbit hole on processing than people would realize, given how quickly they get some results from it. It's like, oh, hey, within seconds I have like I can see the nebula, and it's like, yeah, 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 not straightforward. Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing that's somewhat misleading about it, because it's like, oh yeah, I get this great result like so quickly. You can like even see it in the live view, and then you try to, you know, then you try to get the results some people get, and you realize, yeah, um, yeah, oh yeah, and as far as yeah, the Saharan dust, I imagine you have a bigger more consistent issue with it. I mean, for me, it's yeah, it takes it's when like the trade winds are going a certain way, it goes all the way across the Atlantic and over to here, because we're at like, especially here, we're at the right latitude. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. Beginners make mistakes, and yeah, that's how you learn. But but it's good because it. I mean, M42 is good from the point of view is you can, if you start with that, you get some nice results quickly, which can be encouraging. Whereas if you start with some other target where it's like, yeah, you might not have, you have to start off with like hours of exposure right off the bat. That could be discouraging. Um, and it is sometimes kind of a metric I use of like how quickly I can get, how quickly I can image Orion and get some color out of it. Like even with my, with an SLR or mirrorless camera or my phone, um, just what kind of circumstances you can actually get something out of it, and how quickly you get it out, get results out of it, can be interesting. I mean, personally, I don't have any M42 subs in a place I can get to them, unfortunately, because a lot of them are like all my stuff is on my on a NAS that's on a different network, um, that I would cause it. I if I tried to connect to the network, it would cause problems. Yeah, I do like. I've gone back and forth on open clusters. There's been times where I'm like, they're okay, but I do like the ones where you get kind of the different colors of stars. I do like those, and the double cluster is nice. Yeah, I know there's a few open clusters I've taken photos of that were, um, yeah, very nice. And then the one that I thought was, I mean, because I'm used to open clusters like this, but then what was it? M11. I was surprised at the first time I saw that how dense that one is. Um, but yeah. So what am I imaging now? I'm like losing track of what I'm even imaging. Um, I okay, I'm doing my M31 mosaic. So that one's going to be running till almost 3 in the morning here, uh, which is fine. I'm not necessarily going to do the live stream for that whole time. Uh, but let me see. Oh, sky. See, I'm trying to remember that meteor still on that thing. Maybe it's just a meteor camera? No, that's not what I'm looking for. American Meteor Society. This is the one, I think. Global Meteor Network. Where you could meteor trajectory viewer. That's pretty cool. Meteor shower flux. Wow. Wait, what was it? It was it this one? Meteor shower. I don't, maybe it wasn't this one. I mean, I have seen this one before, but maybe it wasn't this one. Um, yeah, it, I do get a kick out of all the things that are out there. As far as kind of the hardware, as far as since certain electronics have become so cheap and so ubiquitous, how things like this can exist now. Um, where, okay, this is the one. Is this the one? I don't know if this was the article, but this is similar to one that I had done where they have this all sky camera, and then yeah, Raspberry Pi powered, and then yeah, they share data so they can identify and triangulate meteors. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean it's I don't know. I get a kick out of that where because it would be very difficult to do that uh, at scale. Yeah, like for a single organization to do that at scale, whereas you have a bunch of people running cameras that they bought. Um, primary mirror mask. So what kind of man? The only the only problem with sitting here for too long is I like my neck starts getting stiff. Mm. Um, yeah. So what kind of m- telescope mirror, like what are you kind of, I don't know if you've mentioned this before, like are you looking at getting, are you getting like a Rasa Schmidt Cassegrainian, like what kind of, like what are the kind of specifics, or not necessarily specifics, but what kind of thing are you looking at getting? um okay, 8 inch. Yeah, I mean 2 8 inches, I mean it depends on the, I mean they could differ. I mean, I guess I'm thinking of the kind of the whatever of it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It that is cool. I've the yeah, let's look at that. Yeah, I think I did that. um I don't know if I deliberately was looking for that, but I think yeah, 6207. Yeah. And actually, if you process um there is actually another galaxy here. I see 4617, but it's much smaller and fainter. But if you get enough data on M13, you can see that too. It's like almost midway between NGC 6207 and the core of M13. Let me see, NGC, sorry, 5139. Ooh. Oh, Omega Centauri. Seiko, theoretically, I could actually image uh, Omega Centauri. Theoretically, not from my backyard, but I actually did figure out there was a place in my backyard that um, it's basically between two buildings up an alleyway. um, I can see low enough to the horizon at that point that I figured I could actually image M Omega Centauri, but the problem is, I mean, I don't know if I mean it wouldn't be great because of the seeing and other issues, but it don't because it only gets like 11 degrees above the horizon here, I think, about. So it would be a stretch from where I live, but from a darker area, if the conditions were good, I could. Oh, okay. 8-inch Mead brand. Yeah, I don't know. From that point of view, I don't know what difference, yeah, what the significance were. I mean, what the differences might be. And I guess, is it actually 8-inch or is it like slightly over 8-inch or and versus the masks? Yeah. Yeah. No, that's cool. You got Paulette, that you got that galaxy. That it is very satisfying when you especially when you find when you're going through old images and you realize, oh, I actually picked up this other thing. That's cool. Yeah. But yeah, if depending on, I don't know how much data a person has to have to actually pick up this other galaxy. Um, but, and like, what is, I looked that up. NGC, yeah, NGC 6207 is 64 million light years away. And then that other one, that IC 4617, I want to say it's like a couple 100 million light years away. Uh, but yeah, I don't know how much exposure you need for that. Oh, an 8-inch Mead Newtonian. Uh, I mean, I guess I was thinking they'd have the exact same primary mirror and size. I mean, I guess I was thinking of cases where it's like 8 inches, but it's like really 8.25 inches or something. I guess that's what I was thinking. So you mentioned Pluto, Paulette. I tried. I did take some photos towards Pluto. Uh, it wasn't clear to me that I got Pluto, but I need to the stack that came out of the Seestar. I'm not sure that I did, but I want to reprocess it in Serial and see kind of push the image further because I think I did get it, but I'm not sure. I mean, it is doable. It's like 14th magnitude. That's from my house. It's easily achievable. So you should be able to image it. It's just going to be it's a matter of figuring out where it is in the field and because it isn't like super bright, but it should be easily imageable. Imageable? Well, but if you're seeing it visually, yeah, it might be a stretch, but photographically you should be able to see it. I mean, I've gotten stuff down to like 17th magnitude, I think, 18th magnitude with my Seestar in with bad. But I don't think you'd need several hours, honestly. Yeah, yeah. No, you should be able to image it, uh, Paulette. I mean, it's doable. I mean, like some of the quasars I was imaging were beyond 15th magnitude, and I was able to get them without I mean, again, if it were much fainter than the 14th magnitude, I would say it would take a lot more effort, but um, I don't know that it'll take hours. I mean, I guess it depends. But yeah, I don't know. I need to process those images that I've taken where Pluto is to see if I can actually see Pluto in the image in the frame. I mean, in the final result. Yeah, mirror clamps. The mass could differ. Yeah, because it different manufacturers might have different yeah, different size clamps, different positions. Yeah. No, I and if you are successful, if I haven't gotten to it, I'm kind of I'm curious if you were able to get it. I mean it's doable. I just don't know if I've gotten it yet. And again, the problem I have right in my sky is it's the problem I always have, or one of my many problems, that it's I only have this narrow window where I can see it. Um, between like for only a short period of time. So I can't get like an hour, of imaging time on it because it only kind of is in this kind of canyon between two buildings for 45 minutes or so. So if I'm getting a lot of image fail, stack failure problems with rejected frames, I can only get so much data at a time. And so I don't know if I've gotten enough yet, but I have pulled the images off. I just need to process them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and so funny you should mention it. So uh, if I remember correctly, that was called a blink comparator because it was done with like photographic plates. True story. I actually saw a talk by the uh, discoverer of Pluto. I might even have his autograph somewhere. Clyde Tombaugh. He was an older fellow when he was at Museum of Natural History here, and he gave a talk, and I may even have a photo of me standing near him or next to him. But true story. But yeah, it's but so my goal, what I want to do is take a series of photos of Pluto or where Pluto is and create a little animation of it. But I need to make sure that I can actually expose it or that I'm actually picking it up. Um, but yeah, because it moves like you might not think that, or you might like this is the field of view of the Seestar. And if I go let me pick this star here. And so you can see Pluto right here. If I go across let me get rid of but if I go across multiple days, see, look, it like even from day to day, it would move enough in the field of view of the Seestar that you should be able to, do a little animation from day to day of it moving. Um, that said, I don't know. That would be contingent on a person being able to get enough data in a single night to pick it up. But yeah, like this is day by day over the course of like a few days, it's already moved a good fraction of the width of the frame. Yeah, that's what it looks like in the sea. Yeah, the star that moves. Yeah, well, yeah. From if it turns out I need more than half an hour of data, I would have to do it from somewhere else. Um, and I'd have to do it. I'd want to do it on like 3 or 4 subsequent nights at least, so I could get some effect from it. But that's actually one of the reasons why I've been imaging towards Pluto is because I want to try to make a little animation of it. I don't know. It just kind of came to me one day that I was like, that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Pluto is very tiny and very far away. It is kind of cool, and it's cool that yeah, 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 tiny. But yeah, it's cool. Like again, this goes back to the whole thing about the sea star and stuff. It's just I've kind of gone down this rabbit hole of not a rabbit hole, but I kind of get a kick out of seeing how much I can push it, you know, and the kinds of things, different kinds of things I can use it to look at. Um, and I guess it just kind of came to me one day because I've taken photos of Neptune and Neptune with it. I mean, it just shows up as like a blue dot star. Um, but Pluto's yeah a bit quite a bit fainter, and I was thinking it would be cool to animate that because then it's like you're basically recreating, not really recreating, but I mean, you have the advantage of knowing where to look, but you're kind of re in a sense you're doing some of what had to be done to discover it to begin with, but you're doing it with like a little telescope in your backyard. I think that's kind of cool. Um, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Mars and Venus look like stars. They do. Um, Although with some magnification, you can start seeing, especially Venus. I always the first time many years ago when I had enough magnification to see a crescent Venus. That was cool. Um, because there aren't many things you see. There aren't many things you can see where you see crescents. Um, really, there's the moon, Venus, Mercury. Saying, would you see crescent in any other situation? I can't think of any. The philosophical thing tonight. Um, but yeah, I mean it's I mean I mean you wouldn't see a crescent Mars. I mean you could see I mean you wouldn't see a crescent, but you could see like maybe a gibbous Mars kind of like if it's kind of ahead or behind in its orbit enough and you're looking at it kind of at an angle. Yeah, I guess Mars you wouldn't get a full crescent though. I don't think. I'm trying to think. Just from a geometry point of view, I don't think so. But yeah, it is. Oh yeah, I mean from space you can. I was just thinking of from like Earth, like stuff you can see with your own eye from like with a telescope or binoculars. Like there aren't many things you can. There's only yeah, I think it's only Mercury, Venus, and the moon that you can see crescents, which is probably some kind of trivia question. I don't know, astronomy trivial pursuit. Um, but yeah, yeah. What else? What are we doing? Yeah, it's up to 16 minutes. I don't know. Well, yeah, yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, the sun during an eclipse. Yeah, yeah. Would there be anything else where you could see? Yeah, I was just trying to think if there was any other circumstance where there would be an eclipsed object where you would get a crescent. I'm overthinking it at this point, I think. But yes, during this, yeah, the sun during solar eclipses. Which, yeah, I've seen crescent sun twice in the last year. Um, Crescent Nebula. It's also like the ear. I think that's also another name for it, is the ear nebula or something. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was kind of thinking, but I do wonder, like, the geometry of Mars, if it would be. And actually, I just thought of something else. Like, if there's any Earth orbit crossing asteroids, you could theoretically, but that wouldn't be something you'd be able to see with consumer hardware, and who knows, maybe not even professional hardware. Yeah, yeah, an interior planet to see a crescent. But like I was saying, I think you wouldn't see a crescent, but you might be able to see a gibbous Mars. I don't know. Maybe yes. Yeah, Brain Nebula. But I saw one. I saw where they called it. It was like Ear Nebula. That was another one. Ear. That's interesting. Ear Nebula. Yes. Okay. So I've got this double cluster. What else did I have on my list? I don't think Bernard's, actually, maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll do it might not be as, sorry, I'm like starting sentences as I'm thinking of something, and then I'm convincing myself not to do that. I'm looking at the list from yesterday. Okay. I did do a planetary nebula earlier, but it was kind of a small one. And I think those might be blocked right now. Yep, it's blocked. And ring. Oops. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Ring nebula. Yeah, no. That's also blocked. Yeah, it's just a major bummer. You know, for everybody who tells me just move, it's like every night I have a night. Every time I have a night like this where I'm like, no, I can't look at that. No, I can't look at that. I'm like, I've lived in this house long enough. Maybe I should move. um, yeah. Let's see. I was actually thinking of the trapezium galaxy. Not trapezium. Triangulum. Having Andromeda on the brain. So I'm going to stop that. Yeah. I am in Houston, Texas. So on the Gulf of Mexico. In yeah, we're like 29 degrees north latitude, so fairly south for the US. And yeah, low Earth orbit trip, that would be I imagine I wouldn't have problems with I'd have pretty yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I can, because I am at a fairly low uh a fairly low latitude, I can see, uh, sorry, my brain's, let me actually go to Triangulum. Uh, oh no, not M33, M30, not M31, M33. But yeah, since I am at a fairly low latitude, I do, yeah, I can see, like, I can see, theoretically I could image Omega Centauri. Um, it isn't, not from the city probably, but it's within the realm of feasible to get to photograph. Um, and then a lot of other targets are quite high in the sky for me. Um, so yeah, it's not a terrible latitude to be at, honestly. And then, I mean, we don't have super long we don't have the super long nights in the winter, but we also don't have super short nights in the summer. I mean, in the summer. So, uh, yeah, it's not like people in Europe where they only get a few hours, like 3-4 hours a night, or some night. I mean, in the summer. Why does it turn on the light pollution filter? I'm curious now. Why is it doing that? That is weird. That is very weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, no, it's fine. I mean, like the question about Omega Centauri, I mean, most people in the US, it wouldn't, or it wouldn't be as feasible for a lot of people in the US, but for me it's kind of at the edge of, I think, if I was outside the city, or I had good conditions, I could probably do it. Yeah. Yeah, neighbors' trees have blocked southeast, south, and southwest, and west. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah, for me, unfortunately, it's building. So, like, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I use Stellarium, which is why I have the custom horizon. Why does it pick the light pollution filter? That's so weird. Um, Leo triplet, I mean, I've imaged it. I don't think it's visible from my backyard. Uh, it won't be for a few months, I think, but, or maybe it is. Like, at one point, does it rise? M65. Um. Oh, there's a quasar in the field of view. Did not know that. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's minus 37. So, oh yeah, no, yeah, yeah, it's not visible this time of year. It's like too low on the horizon. Yeah, at sunset, and then it's, yeah. But yeah, it's easily viewable otherwise. It gets pretty high in the sky. I'm curious what this quasar is here. Got a quasar. Oh, that's a pretty dim one, but it's 2.4 redshift. 2.4 redshift is, it is 2.4. It wasn't exactly 2.4, it was slightly less. Almost 11 billion light years. So there is, in right by the Leo triplet, again, I go on these rabbit holes, but so if you're imaging the Leo triplet, is that it? Yeah, okay, there it is. So if you're imaging the Leo triplet between, is that M65 or 65 and 66? There's a quasar there. Granted, it's 18th magnitude, but it's 11 billion light years away. So yeah. Oh, yeah. Portal. Bortle. Yeah. So yeah, Bortle on top of. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. I need to get stuff on the roof of my house. Yeah. Yeah. You're low latitude. Oh, that's cool. Very minimal. You can get some southern hemisphere targets. That's cool. Yeah, for me, there's a few that are kind of there, but like I can't. I mean, no Magellanic clouds, um, but like Omega Centauri and what was it? Yeah, is kind of somewhat doable. Stop and go to the current time. Okay, and shut off the image, the DSS, because otherwise it just takes forever to load. Okay, so, but yeah, it's yeah, I think it's a little misaligned. No, I guess it's okay. It's going to take a while to get any kind of decent amount of data on Triangulum. But I had imaged it in the fall, and so I got a decent amount of data on it back then, but I want to get more. And since it's now visible late in the or yeah, late in the night, it's yeah. Yeah. I mean, where I live in Texas, it's like coastal plains, so it is incredibly flat here. It is very flat here. Um, so yeah, yeah. I mean, like I say, for me, I think I figured it was like it gets a little bit over 10 degrees. Um, the other thing I had thought of is uh, trying it from West Texas the next time I go out there, because it's not flat there, but I could possibly go up on a mountain and maybe get, I mean, it would be effectively flat because I'd be doing it from on a mountain. Um, and the conditions there can be like super clear and super transparent. Um, but that'll be a project for another day, another time. Oh, I have the constellation artwork on. I always forget how to turn that off because like there's key sequences that turn on a lot of these things. Oh wait, is there a constellation art? There we go. No, that's fair. Focusing on high targets. I think for me, it's just kind of the challenge of doing it, but I haven't yet. No, deep sky stuff. I typed in a key sequence to turn that off. Double cluster we got. M&M double cluster. That's fun, but I think it's a little too low. But maybe I should try that at some point. The M&M cluster. Okay, NGC 2070. Let me see. NGC 2070. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Paulette. It is late. 3 a.m. in Michigan. Yeah. Well, good night. Thanks for joining the stream. I appreciate it. Um, I'm not sure how much further I'm gonna last, honestly. Oh, this is cool. Oh, the Tarantula Nebula. Where is uh where is the Have you gotten any photos of the Homunculus Nebula? That one I think the name is just kind of the name is kind of interesting. That one I'm kind of intrigued by. The Homunculus. I mean, with a name like Homunculus. That's cool. NGC 2070. Wow, that is neat. That is cool. Oh, what's the homunculus? Uh, does it have an NGC number? I don't know if it has an NGC number. It's the nebula around at Eta Carina or whatever, however you say it. I mean, it's hard to. I don't know what it looks like visible because a lot of these photos are from like space telescopes. So, um, but it's around Eta Carina. Let me. Homunculus. Because the great thing about Stellarium is I can just pretend that the ground doesn't exist and and just look at. Actually, it's a pretty decent sized target. Okay, it does have an NGC. It's 3372, or at least the overall complex is 3372. I mean, like I say, I don't know that that's the homunculus specifically. I think that's the overall nebula. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, its declination is minus 60, so that's yeah, good luck with that for me. um, let's see, minus. it gets almost visible here. Like, no, sorry, I'm misreading that. I'm looking at the wrong number. My bad. Yeah, what am I thinking? Oh wait, no. Okay, no. I could yeah, it gets close to being visible here. But like, yeah, not really. I mean, it gets right to the horizon from below. um yeah. Actually, I think I might. Oh, in Discord. Hey, let me check. Oh, wow. That's cool. That looks cool. That is wicked. That is really wicked. Very nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Um, uh, hold on. Sorry. I'm like multitasking and failing. Seiko, do you mind if I share that on the if I show that on the stream? Um, but yeah, it's okay. This is the let me try to can I drag that? Yeah. Like that is wicked. That's a really cool looking nebula. That is really nice. But yeah, something that I cannot see here. Another one that I can't see here. That is cool. Um, yeah, I like seeing those. Yeah, one of these days I will take a trip to somewhere in the southern hemisphere where I can see some of these things that I've never seen before and can't see. Um, yeah, I was watching some video, some YouTube video where guy he went to, I think he went to South Africa to like a dark sky location in South Africa and took some really spectacular photos. Um, but yeah, this is gonna take a while, I think. Um, yeah. What else? So I've got M33 going, and I'm gonna let that run for a while. And the M31 Mosaic's probably gonna run for another hour. So I I think I might be done. um, not the targets will continue to be imaged, but I think mentally I'm done, and I need to probably get something to drink. And so, yeah. Let me see. Let me see when our neck when I might do another live stream. Yeah. No, that's you're welcome. I'm glad you have been uh finding it useful because it is really handy for that. Um, and I know yeah, some people are using it to great effect that way, where you can kind of kick off several hours of imaging without having to deal with it. I mean, that was one of the reasons why I ended up moving it onto my Raspberry Pi, because I was running it on my laptop, and I'd start a mosaic during a live stream, and then I closed my laptop after the live stream was over. I'm like, oops, I forgot I was imaging something. Um, and so yeah, having it on the Raspberry Pi has been uh, really nice. So I'm glad you're getting use out of it and enjoying it. Um, and what else? Yeah, so I don't know if I want to do a Sunday night live stream. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do a Sunday night live stream. I might do some imaging Sunday night, but I don't think I'll be doing a live stream because I have something early Monday I need to do. But Tuesday I might. Tuesday's looking favorable. So um Tuesday's looking very favorable. So I might do the next live stream Friday. Yeah, it's very that was a very neat photo. Very nice. Um and then Wednesday, no, but Thursday, Friday. So yeah, might have another couple after a bunch of rain in April. No, not April. In June, July here. It looks like we're actually getting some clear weather, so that'll be good. Unfortunately, it'll probably still be lousy transparency, but and plus later in the week the moon's going to start interfering more, but I'll also be able to image the moon some. So at least my skies are not so badly light polluted that I can't see the moon. um, that would be bad. So yeah, that'll be probably do that on Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on the conditions, and then maybe another one later in the week, Friday. But yeah, I think I might leave it at that for the evening. It's late here. I appreciate everybody who tuned in and um yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. But yeah, I'm oh yeah, and that's the other thing too. If you haven't joined my Discord, uh there's actually been I haven't like promoted it massively, but I have had let me uh sorry. I have actually some people, like I say, I haven't massively pushed it, promoted it, but it's people have been joining, and so it's nice for things like this, sharing images, because it's not so easy to do on YouTube and just talking more stuff because I tend to have Discord open all the time. Um, and yeah, sometimes we talk about, like, there's a channel where there's discussions about the Seestar Alp software, even though there's a dedicated one, um, like for the project. We talk about it on my Discord server as well. And but yeah, thanks for everybody for joining. Thanks, Seiko and Tariq and Jeff and everybody else who was watching earlier, who are no longer online on the stream. But I'm rambling, and so I'm going to leave it at that. So clear skies to everybody, and I will see you all on the next one. Thanks.